happened today. So much Fate SRD stuff. I packed up like 300 copies of the Book of Hanz. I fought with stamps.com to try and get labels printed. Was not successful, so I'll try again later tonight or tomorrow. Then the accessibility report that I had someone do on the Fate SRD just got back to me. So I've got not much work to do there, but a little bit of work to do. So it's mostly accessible, which is good. And there's some other thing. Oh yeah, this game tonight. So yeah. So I am super excited. Why don't we start off actually with like introductions for each of us, just to get a little handle on who we are. My name is Randy Ost. I do the Fate SRD. I've been gaming for more than 20 years, probably closer to 30 years now. Wait, is that true? Ish, almost 30 years, 27 or so. Played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, second edition and third edition. Whenever fourth edition came around, it was about the same time that a friend of mine started introducing me to games that weren't Dungeons and Dragons. It started with Unisystem and then the True 20 system. Played both of those and then just ended up kind of looking around at what was going on. The Fate Kickstarter happened at about that same time. And I love story character-based role-playing games, and Fate just really hit it for me. And so I've been like, I don't know, one of Fate's biggest fans since then. I still play a lot of other games, but Fate is probably my big go-to. So I'm going to go ahead and pass the baton to David.
Alrighty. My name's David Quick. I've been playing since before 80. I don't remember exactly when I started, but it's been forever. And I've come into story games. Actually, when the Fate Kickstarter came out, I had been tinkering around with Fate, the edition prior, for a couple of years, trying to figure out how to get it to do the things I wanted it to do. I love playing Fate. I run a lot of Fate for people at conventions and elsewhere. And I play other games. Right now I'm waiting to run an Over the Edge game. So I'm waiting for the pandemic to end so I can do that. And on my far radar is waiting for the Kickstarter for Everway to come, because then I'll be running some of that. But I just love games.
Awesome. So David, go ahead and pick someone else to go next.
Andy, because he's below me on my screen.
And because I'm chewing.
No, I like the clock thing.
So I'm Andy Meesum. I started playing about the same time, 79 or 80, with the D&D basic set. And I've loved all kinds of role-playing games since then. I took a long break, but I played D&D every Saturday for close to 20 years with a group of close friends. That helped keep me sane through my teens and 20s. And recently reconnected with some of my old friends. We've been playing again every Saturday, every other Friday, every chance we get. I love all kinds of RPGs. My favorite genres are probably science fiction-y. I'm really into post-apocalyptic stuff lately. But anything where you get to have cool and interesting characters doing cool and interesting things, I'm totally down with it. And if we're going clockwise, then the other David, I believe, is next.
Hi, I'm David Bayless. I started gaming probably only 18 years ago. I was 13 at the time, so I don't know if I was old enough to be gaming back in the 80s. But I started right in the summer of when D&D 3.5 came out. So all the third edition books were on sale, even though they were basically the same system. So that's what I started with. And then the first thing I wanted to do with D&D was break it and do things it didn't want to do. So I very quickly started looking at a lot of other systems. So I've actively run lifelong GM. So I've run D&D, I've run True 20, I've run Fate, and lately most of the ones I've been looking at are Fate and Powered by the Apocalypse engines. A couple of those.
Awesome.
And I think that just leaves us with John.
Woohoo!
last but not least, yeah, I fall into the camp that started with the D&D Red Box. So that was where I cut my teeth. Moved on to the first edition stuff with friends in the neighborhood. Picked up some of the other TSR stuff like Star Frontiers and Gamma World before heading off to college, and then there was kind of a lull during college, but afterwards, started ramping back up into it. My first experience with Fate was a friend introduced me to Spirit of the Century. I immediately fell in love with it. Probably ran a couple of campaigns of Spirit of the Century. As a matter of fact, I ended up kickstarting a adventure style Fate adventure called In Thoth's Wake, if that sounds familiar.
I've got that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, David. Yeah, glad to know. And that warms my heart. It does. And yeah, I've been playing Fate for a while now. As one of you mentioned the Fate Kickstarter, I immediately jumped on that because I loved Spirit of the Century so much. So yeah, and I've been pretty much gaming on and off since.
It's weird. In Thought's Wake, I have listed on the Fate SRD, but I don't have it in my library. So I'm going to add that to my wish list and circle back around to take care of that later.
No, not awesome. I mean, I can send you a coupon if you want.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll spend money.
All right.
That's part of what the Fate SRD is for, is to basically like help promote like Fate products. Fate is indie within indie, and so
right.
I've got the Patreon going, so yeah, no, it's perfectly fine. I appreciate the offer.
Yeah, well, thank you for listing it. I did notice that. Much appreciated, and I'm currently donating profits to artists who have lost profit during this pandemic. So
this pandemic has been tough. My heart goes out for everybody who's lost somebody, who's suffered throughout all of this. It's incredibly tough. So my heart goes out. So all right. So now that we've made introductions, let's talk about what we want to do genre-wise. Okay. I mean, we could lead with asking like what version of Fate, but I like to lead with asking the question of kind of what genre, because then that kind of leads us down the road of like skills, approaches, like what we end up doing with that. So what kind of genres are we thinking about? I know Andy mentioned he really likes post-apocalyptic stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna second Andy's post-apocalyptic or perhaps pre-apocalyptic.
Like in the midst of the apocalypse ramping up. Yeah, that'd be cool. Either would be fine.
How do you feel? So David Quick and David Bayless, I'm just going to refer to you by your last names.
That's fine. I've been called Quick my whole life.
Okay, I just to make sure, because Bayless, how do you feel about post-apocalyptic?
Post-apocalyptic I could do. Or mid-apocalyptic sounds unique.
Okay, we can do mid-apocalyptic. That would be bizarre, and a good challenge too. So I'm presuming that like when we're talking about like mid-apocalyptic, like the world knows that it's going to be coming to an end or like a giant disaster. So like, are we thinking like modern day sort of thing, like an asteroid is coming towards Earth and you have limited time? Do you is it shorter on the time scale than that? Is it, like nuclear bombs have been like launched from Russia and from the United States, and like all of the automated systems have gone off, and like it's just a matter of time before they start hitting ground? Is it zombie apocalypse? Do we have an idea for flavor for that? I personally like the idea of something that's a little bit more time crunched to give it a sense of more urgency, especially given that it's a one shot.
Right.
But like, it could also be like the asteroid is, 12 hours away from hitting Earth. So, that is still there. I don't know. Any ideas?
I have this vague idea in my head of something ancient having been discovered and reactivated and is issuing forth streams of horrible things that are inevitably going to overrun it.
That's
So
cool. You know,
something-
they just announced, I think in Egypt, that they found a 3,000-year-old pristine, like, I don't want to say city, but they alluded to that, like a cityscape. So that's very new and topical.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
there you go. Something horrible coming out of Egypt.
Yeah.
That's
Are we
never been done.
Are we talking some of the traditional, plagues or pestilence or insect swarms or
Kaiju or
Kaiju.
Cthulhu? Like,
Something
think-
pre-Egyptian, really, really old.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
let's see. So things that are really old, really pre-Egyptian. Hmm.
There's long lost horrors, aliens, undiscovered
gods.
societies.
Saurians.
Well, the question is like how, like, yeah, because we can like introduce the sense of magic if it's something like ancient and Cthulhuan. Well, there's corruption and magic. We could make it something magical by making it some kind of like fantastic beasts or creatures. We could keep it scientific by saying like,
if we want to do
creatures-
science. Sorry, I was saying if we want to do science, it's actually pulling right off of one of my board games here, Anachrony, but we could say that thanks to time travel, we know the meteor is coming because we've had people from the future coming back to say, hey, all this technology you have, yeah, it's coming from a meteor that's about to hit.
Huh.
throwing time travel in is very interesting.
Hmm.
We're really diving into Fate of Cthulhu territory. I've been listening to the Crit shows, all 12 episodes of their Fate of Cthulhu, and it's really good. I've got one episode left.
To kind of cement more of the science over instead of straight up horror, what if it is ancient aliens? Kind of, along the lines of
Alien.
that terrible, the terrible Prometheus movie.
Perhaps coming back to Earth for their legacy or something they've left behind or some unfinished task.
Yeah.
Or maybe we're just dangerous enough now to invite attention.
Or they're long dormant and we accidentally woke them.
And maybe that's where time travel comes in. We've figured that out, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh God, let's go slap the monkeys around before they do something screwy."
So is it possible, like, we don't have time travel nailed down, but are dabbling in it as what has woken them up from the ancient slumber?
That would be awesome.
So here's my idea. So yes, digging in the earth has like gotten these like ancient aliens interested because like you dug into the wrong spot. It set off a sensor. The sensor sent a message, and now they're coming to Earth. The trick is that the aliens are going to arrive in, let's see, some real condensed time period, something like 2 hours.
Like that meteor you mentioned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're in the meteor.
Yeah. Well, you've got like 2 hours, and what I'm thinking is, and this would be totally bizarre, is that the alien tech that you found, because like you've got like no time left, like imagine like finding a buried spaceship kind of thing. There's a chamber that allows you to go, like a team of people to go into it, and it fractures dimensionally. And it allows you to kind of like play through a loop of the next 24 hours. And so basically what today's session will be is just like quick loops of like, okay, Bayless died. All right, we reset and we go back and we try the other fractioned dimension until you're able to succeed on the mission that you need to do.
I love it.
And then once you succeed on that mission, then you have like devices that you can click that will like resync up the dimensionality, and then you can actually do that thing again for real to save the human race.
So we have a git merge button.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So how does that sound for everybody? Because then everybody can die multiple times, and you just all you got to do is tell me you want to use the reset button, and we will reset. All right.
That plays to my strength, being able to die multiple times.
There you go. Hey, listen, my wife and I play a board game called Last Night on Earth, where it's like zombies versus humans. It is our number 2 game. And I always play the zombies and she always plays the heroes, because anytime I play the heroes, I die all the time, because I'm just like, I just want the zombies to win. So I don't do it on purpose, but I suck at playing the hero.
I played that one at my first board game group. We brought it out all the time. And I guess we just picked players well, because every single time we played it, it felt like it came down to a single die roll. How it ended.
It always does. It always does. Like when my wife and I play, like 49 out of 50 times, it's always like the last like round or two, and it's just so perfectly well balanced. I have a lot of opinions on that, but it's a great game. So, all right, great. Now, so we've got modern day. We have ancient aliens have awakened and are headed towards Earth. They'll be here in 2 hours. You are the team that happens to be available as part of this archaeological dig. So that means that you can be scientists, you can be military staff, you can be like, I don't know, a janitor with good clearances. And basically you're going to be like this group that's just picked to like go it, like, we have no other choices. This is dumb. We're going to try it. So you can either like play it serious or play it a little bit more tongue in cheek. I'm fine with that. So we're not saying that magic is not real. You can have like modern day equipment and things of that nature. It sounds to me like we can go with either like a fake condensed character sheet or a fake core character sheet, because I don't know that there's going to be a lot of overlap in skills in what you do. So I don't think that using approaches is dictated by the choices that we've made. That said, I'm open to using Fate Accelerated. I just don't know if anyone has any strong preferences.
I don't.
No.
I'm more comfortable with Fate, but I need more experience with Accelerated. So either place.
I usually prefer Accelerated, but I'm also usually running. So,
Andy, quick, any?
I'm good either way.
All right. Then I tell you what, why don't we use approaches, since John needs experience with approaches, and it could be a little bit of fun. So great. I'm going to share my screen for a moment. We're going to get into character creation, but I want to share my screen. I'm sharing the fairy interface, Fari. I honestly have no idea how to pronounce it. I know Renee, who works on it, he's doing a great job with it. You should have an interface you should be able to see most of the same things that I see, except you don't see the private stuff that I can add right here. So whenever it comes to like creating a character, you'll see this add a character sheet button down here. Okay. I'm not going to click on it next to anybody's character, but instead I'm going to open up a new window and just talk through the mechanics of the character sheets within Fari. Okay. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is toggle this advanced mode. Okay. And there are templates. Okay. There are lots of different templates you can choose from. You're going to choose Fate Accelerated. Okay. And when you do that, it's going to modify everything to be Fate Accelerated. So we've got the aspects, stress, consequences, stunts, approaches, everything's set up for Fate Accelerated. Okay. With that done, you can uncheck advanced mode, and then you can go in and you can add all of the things that you need to add for your character. when you're done with your character, so I'm going to call this one Randy Test, and I'm going to hit save. When you're here, you can add character sheet, and you'll see a list of your characters. Okay. I cannot create, like, I can make changes to your character, but mostly, like, most of the control for the character sheet is on you. I've spoken to Renee about this. He believes that players should be in charge of their own character sheet. I personally have a differing opinion, because usually I find, like, as a GM, I am the one who takes control of everybody's character sheet, and I give them copies, just because I've had too many people lose character sheets over the years. Okay. So with that said, you'll be able to fill in the high concept, trouble, relationship, other aspects, and then stunts. For today's game, we're going to use one stunt, unless you're really good at writing stunts, in which case you can add a second stunt, but it will cost you a point of refresh to do a second stunt. Okay, because we're doing such an abbreviated one shot. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing now. If at any point you need help with Fari, I am happy to, like, watch you share your screen and talk you through it, or not, whatever the case might be for you. So when it comes to character creation, what I'd like everybody to do is to think of, like, what kind of character that they want to play. Like, write yourself a high concept and a trouble. If you want to, you could write some additional aspects. The relationship aspect, we're actually going to have a relationship between the characters. So that one, hold off until you hear what everybody else has. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take 10 minutes, and I'll shut up and give everybody some time to think, to write their high concept or their trouble based on what we have. If you have questions, ask, and collectively as a group, we can come up with some things.
And to our knowledge, what is in front of us? What kind of mission or task are we being brought together for? Because obviously a thinking task is a lot different than a non-thinking task.
So my thought on this is that whoever's in charge of the archaeological site where, like, you found this alien area, is trying in a mad dash to find some kind of alien technology to help fight off whatever is happening, to end things, and is literally throwing everything at the wall. So you are not like the A team from, like, Armageddon sent to go and stop the asteroid.
Okay.
You're like the people who are around, who are getting stuck in this giant tube that may or may not just shred your molecules.
Fair. Okay.
So yeah. So you can be, like, grade A good at what you do, or you can be like I said, like a janitor with good clearances, or anything in between.
All right. I'm already having problems with where was the advanced?
Absolutely. So can you share? Well, no, because you're doing two devices.
Yes,
All right.
sorry.
That's okay. Here, I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah.
And you're doing this on your computer, right?
Right.
Okay, great. So do you see a character sheet that looks like this? It's either light mode or dark mode.
Right. That's the first problem. How do I get there?
Sure. So do you see characters up in the nav?
No.
Okay. You're going to need to, from this window right here, I don't know why he's removed all of this stuff, but for you, click this little character sheet.
Okay.
And what happens when you click on it?
I see new and import.
Hit new.
Okay.
All right. Now, do you see a character sheet pop up like this?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. There should be the advanced toggle in the upper left-hand corner.
That I don't see. Do I have to
The
click?
overlay, I was just here. The overlay has the advanced mode at the bottom, and I was not able to select a template after going to advanced mode. I had to go to the main page through the characters tab and then import the character sheet into the game.
Yeah, if you don't see characters, click on the cube.
Yeah. If you
Oh.
right click on the cube to open in a new tab, and then go there, click on characters, and this little slide out will happen, and you can click new and get to the same sheet that I was at. Was that too fast? Do you want me to do that again?
Yeah, do that one more time.
Sure. So from this page, you're going to right click to open in a new tab or new window, just so you still have this open. And
Uh-huh.
in that new tab, you should see a navigation across the top.
Yes.
Okay, click on characters, and there are
Characters.
little things slide out. Did that
Yeah.
slide out for you?
Yes. it
Click
did.
on new. And when you click new, you should see character sheet like this with the advanced toggle in the upper left.
Ah, now I see it. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Template.
You go ahead
Fate,
and
so
yep, fade accelerated and make your changes.
doke. Do we have a feeling as to the kind of characters that we're running? I mean, everybody else have an idea?
I'm leaning towards some sort of mad inventor, but haven't gotten much further beyond that.
I'm still churning a few ideas. Does everyone want draft top approaches? Like make sure that we all have different tops +3s?
We can handle that now if you want to, or we can just
Mhm.
handle that as we come up with concepts. Because some
Okay.
concepts have a tendency to like shy or go towards different approaches. And even if two different concepts use the same approach, can be narratively different. So
Of
for
course.
instance, a mad scientist using force because they make a lot of
Mhm.
explosive shit is different from a military person using force as their apex skill as well. Because that would be more along the lines of like punching people and shooting people.
Right. So are we? The way I'm kind of imagining this is like Stargate SG-1.
Yeah.
So, I presume we'll probably have some muscle. We'll have some smart folks, a couple of different disciplines. I'm thinking maybe a archaeologist. Anybody doing that idea? Otherwise, I'll just put a pin in it and go.
Put a pin in it and go.
All right.
Yeah,
Mad scientist and archaeologist.
We've got it in the brains department.
I'm sorry.
We've got it in the brains department.
I'm tempted to play a character who's kind of a useless force, like your stereotypical cop, like a security guard who's just in way over his head,
I love it.
That'd be
or
fun.
like a cop stereotype in all the worst ways.
Like Paul Blart.
Sorry, who?
There was a terrible Kevin James movie called Paul Blart Mall Cop.
It was honestly one of his best movies.
Well, it
Yeah,
was, but
well,
it's
I
still
mean-
terrible.
There was also a sequel, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, going with a quick Google search. Yeah, basically that. He's
Yeah.
here. He's supposed to be a security guard because for whatever reason he got brought in as a civilian security, and he just should not be here.
So I'm thinking about playing an old guy who was on one of the, maybe not a moonshot. That's really old at this point, wouldn't it? But who's been to space. And so I have a background in space long ago. And I've
Like
been
the
picked-
ISS.
Yeah, because I was successful. So they figure I'm lucky.
Awesome.
And somehow I know how to go to bad places and get back.
I mean, I've heard it said that Neil Armstrong himself suffered from pretty bad imposter syndrome. So like an
Oh, yeah.
older astronaut from one of the very first moon missions.
Yeah.
Who's like, who doesn't think they're supposed to be here because most of what they've studied is horribly out of date. But
Well, I like the out of date part. So it really can't be a moon mission because that would put me somewhere in the 80-year-old range.
exactly,
maybe-
no,
maybe from-
that sounds great.
There's a
You're-
90-year-old gymnast that I just saw a video of on Facebook. So
Okay.
Yeah.
So who
Does it-
is actually alive from the early moonshots still?
whatever
Also,
your
were
character
they-
name is.
Were they
Yeah.
old enough to have been
There you
on
go.
that mission in the first place? My grandfather served in, may rest in peace, served in World War II because he lied about his age and actually
yeah.
got in like 2 years before he should have.
There were a
Uh,
lot of those.
That
Yeah.
happened.
Badasses too.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my high concept.
Write it down.
Not sure whether to put in over his head as part of the high concept or split that off into the trouble.
You have right now.
Sorry, say again?
Excuse me. What do you have right now?
I have security guard and then trouble in over his head.
Well, I mean, in over his head, out of his depth. That's definitely the trouble aspect. So
Mhm.
I would have that be there. You know, and he's a security guard, but like, what brought him to being a security guard here? You know, is it like, you know, because he wants to be part of the military, but like, you know,
But
can't
couldn't
for some
quite.
reason.
I was thinking one kind of sees himself as military, obviously couldn't make some of the fitness requirements, and is pretty much part of a discount security contractor firm. So whoever hired him was cutting a few corners.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. I'll switch the trouble from in over his head to in past his girth.
I like that. Very good. I'm not seeing that reflected on the character sheet though.
I haven't saved it yet.
Oh, okay. All right.
right
That
now.
explains why. Okay.
Yeah,
I
every
see it
time
now.
I save it, the overlay pops down. So
I tell you what, why don't you take a moment and name the security guard company that has been contracted? And so you could be like High Water Security Guard.
on security.
There you go. Hanz Security. All right.
All right.
Great.
Got another question. I have saved
Yes.
my first pass,
All right.
and it's not showing up in the main sheet.
That's okay. Go back here. Let me share my screen. All right. So over here, John, where you see you and you see this little swap character sheet.
Yep.
All right. Hit swap character sheet and choose the appropriate character sheet.
I have done that. You know what? Let me reload the page. Maybe that's what my frustration is.
Maybe. Oh, Professor Zachary Bird, traumatized mad inventor. My past is sometimes fuzzy. Tell me a little bit more about that.
He has a vague idea of growing up in middle America, but something happened and he really doesn't remember a lot of stuff unless something triggers a memory. But in general, he's pretty clueless about a lot of his past.
Okay. I think that can come back to bite you in the ass.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. How's it going, John, with the character sheet?
It still doesn't see anything. However, I am. Why am I having such a hard time? Is it because I'm using Chrome?
No, that shouldn't be it.
Um,
I check. If
Yeah,
you
go
haven't
ahead.
filled out, if you haven't filled, let me see. I tell you what, can you point the iPad at your computer?
yeah. So, you see it okay?
No, you need to point down a little bit more. And let me
Make sure I got it. So yeah, if I go into there, I can select that character sheet,
Yeah.
and it looks like nothing's loaded there.
Hmm.
But if I go to here, I've got.
Have you hit save?
I did, but I'll hit it again,
Sure.
and then
Is it Cameron O'Palm? No, that's the other one.
yeah, still nothing changed.
Hmm.
And the thing
That's
is, if I go into here and open character sheet, I see the advanced mode down at the bottom.
Yeah. But you're not
Um,
going to get the toggle for
right.
sheet type. Hmm.
So if you scroll up to the very, close that and scroll up to the top, you see that cube?
Yeah.
Click that.
Oh, he's made the sheet. It's just that it's not allowing him to.
Well, and then if you go
use
to
that one.
characters, you'll have the templates available.
Right. So that character sheet's here.
Oh yeah, but I had to, in order, is that with the approaches?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
I tell you what, let me see if I can fix it on my end in
Okay.
Thari, and then just let you take it from there. Let's see. Hold on. So John. Add. Nope, I need to add a character first. Hold on.
Sorry, guys. You figure, being a computer guy should know better, but
Oh, it's the web.
stupid
Web
darn
can
web.
be evil.
Is it turned on?
Have tried turning it off and on again.
That's right.
All right. So let's see.
Check to make sure it's plugged in.
Right.
Hmm.
Hanz Security, how clever.
Ah,
All right. I've got the character sheet done. Okay. I'm reloading the page.
It's kicked me out. I presume that's intended.
Maybe. Join the. All right, that is awesome. That did not work at all. I have to create a new play scene. What the fuck, Renee?
oh yeah, I got kicked out too.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Well,
Yeah,
for
it's
us,
my.
let me see.
You can blame me.
No, I'm not going to blame you. I'm going to blame the tool. So, all right. So here in the chat, I just uploaded the link. And I'm putting it in Discord as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it wasn't updating my list of characters. So John, whenever you get here, I've got the character sheet. I can load it for you and you should be good. Sorry about all this technical hassle.
No worries.
Eh,
This is good for me too, because I want to start streaming.
Once
So
helped it.
did I lose my work? Is that what I'm hearing? I need to go back in under this new
your
link.
character
No,
should
you
still
should.
be there.
Yeah,
Okay.
your character should still be
We can
there.
just
John, I just,
re-import
yep.
Yeah, I was
John.
just able to.
Yay!
it. Woohoo!
All right. All right, John, go ahead and fill out your stuff right there on that character sheet. And then when you hit save, it should make sure that ownership is yours, I believe. So I'm also learning a lot from this tool because I'm planning on making a character builder for Fate too.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Is this a PG session?
That's a great question, and I'm glad that you mentioned it because it reminds me to talk about safety tools. So as far as like giving tonight's session a rating, whatever we agree to is fine with me. It can be G, PG, PG-13, R. I'm not going to go into NC-17 range with this. But do we have like my usual range is like PG-13 with R-rated swearing. Is my usual range. If somebody wants something else, I'm happy to go with a hard R or, a full on PG-13 or PG.
I think PG-13 with R-rated swearing is fine. That's for most satisfying role playing happens to live anyways.
I'm good with
I
that.
think you're I think you're fucking right.
Ah,
That is how I live my life. Yep.
Excellent. All right. So
Yeah. All right. Yay.
And we're to leave the relationship empty at present, correct?
well, yeah, I just want to get the
Fair.
high concept and trouble aspects out there
Gotcha.
so far. All right. So John, tell me about your high concept and your trouble.
I'll probably need just a little finesse on the trouble, but the high concept, I didn't want to stereotype the whole. I know about aliens and everybody just thinks I'm a quack.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm sure I've got a very niche category of archaeology, but everybody in that particular forum's like, oh yeah, no, she knows what she's talking about.
Okay. So you're not a joke. You're like someone who actually knows about this stuff, because this isn't the first find. This is just the biggest and most recent find.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
Is that is that what
the
yours
whole, like,
sounds like you're going for?
yeah, the whole, pyramids are actually landing pads for aliens. We know this.
well, of course.
So you're
Absolutely.
well respected within a field that most people think is nuts.
Right. Which is where the trouble comes in. Just no patience for people who are like, are you sure? I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh God.
Awesome.
I
All
mean,
right.
is
So
that fine? Is uninformed the appropriate word? I didn't want to use ignorant.
patience for the uninformed sounds pretty good to me.
That's a better
Okay.
way to do that.
All right. So let's see. Quick. Retired astronaut with an unearned history of success.
Yep,
Overly
that's me.
boss. Okay.
So I wanted to make that overly self-assured. Bossy makes it look like I want to boss everybody around. That's not what I'm about.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Cool. All right. So now for relationship aspects, we're going to kind of try and create aspects between your characters that represent the relationship. So everyone's going to have at least one relationship aspect with somebody else. And here's a framework that I like to use. We don't have to use it unless you've already got ideas. But what I like is to say, like, okay, so I'm Professor Zachary Bird, and I want this thing from Captain Dirk Sterling. And then Captain Dirk Sterling, the player behind it, says why you're not getting that thing. So, like, for instance, like, the professor, the mad inventor is like, I really need, like, I don't know, some insane thing. And then, the player, David Quick, says, like, you don't get it for this reason. And that creates a little bit of conflict between the characters.
That's fair.
So would someone like to go first?
Well, everybody here. Oh, please go ahead. Go ahead.
No, actually, you started, please.
I think if everybody here, probably Zachary really wants to know everything that Trinity knows about aliens, because obviously there's a new frontier in technology there. And what better place to learn, to experiment, to develop new things, and with things that didn't come from the earth. Holy crap. So that's what I want. I want more stuff to play with.
And why does Dr. Trinity Boone, John, why does Professor Zachary Bird not get that? It can be you decided not to. It can be paperwork.
I kind of, because I was thinking of working with Zachary Bird, but I like the whole gimme. And I want to say, like, I gave him something to check out and he just broke it. Like, he doesn't respect the archaeology of it, right? He took it completely apart and it is now worthless from an archaeological standpoint. So no, I'm not going to give him any more stuff. He's just going to tear it apart.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So, Professor Zachary, it sounds to me like a good aspect for that relationship aspect might be, what is it? Screw history. This is science. Or like take it apart to understand it. Something along those lines. Now you notice that how that, my suggestions for aspect came from that relationship.
Right.
It doesn't have to specifically say that, like, Dr. Boone won't give me anything. It can be inspired by that relationship. So
I think the permutation of that might be science trumps caution.
is it caution though? It's more about a respect for the
Science trumps
the
history.
items.
What about phrasing it as a? What about
Or
phrasing it?
academia.
How about
trumps
science is a
academia.
science is a verb?
Oh, there you go. I like
Nice.
that. That's perfect.
Awesome.
Nice. I think Trinity. What I find interesting is like Captain Sterling has got the unearned history of success, and I want to say that Dr. Boone is trying to. You've been to space, right? You. What have you seen?
Yeah, that
You know,
I've been to space for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell. Have you seen the lights? Have you seen the glittering over Tannhauser Gate? Tell me these things.
Yeah. What's your security clearance again?
So that's what it boils down to.
I give him the lowest level redacted version of that story I can,
Her.
with all the magic markers through it.
You just handed me a piece of black paper.
You don't understand. There's science happening here. There's history. There's things we can learn.
Sounds to me like a good aspect there is missing clearances. Which means that, like, you have access to all of the things that you work on and need to do your job, but there's more that you need to, like, more that you think you need to get things done, but you're missing the right clearances.
Yeah. Yes and no. I kind of
Okay.
wanted to actually be related to Commander or Captain Sterling. Like, I want there to be actually a connection in that relationship.
Okay.
So I will say too, given my character, he may have some trouble figuring out where I'm telling the truth and where I'm just full of crap, for what that's worth.
What if Captain Dirk Sterling is a personal hero?
Oh,
Oh, that's dangerous.
That's why I like it.
love
But
it, and I kind of want to make that double-edged, like the my hero doesn't return my attention. Is that too much? Too little?
well, the thing is Dirk Sterling is my hero. We all know that also assumes that, like, he doesn't return that. So parasocial relationship with Dirk Sterling, I don't know.
Yeah.
Parasocial.
You know what? That's fine. I'm totally going to do that. Although I respect him, so it's Captain Sterling.
There you go. Great. All right, we got a couple more people who need relationship aspects. Who would like to go next?
I have a fallback one, so I'm going to let Bayless go first. Unless you're just not ready.
I'm just not ready. Let's see. Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I'm still.
So I've got two possibilities. The first is very specific to Bayless's character, which is I'm convinced that the security guy has some sort of futuristic tech on his person that I would like to possess in order to defend myself against the aliens that I know are coming. So I want his big gun.
Oh man.
So here's the thing. That is, it's really easy to disprove that he doesn't have the alien tech on him, because, like, you could strip him naked and he doesn't have it. But what if it was like he has alien genetics?
Oh God, do I have the
And-
ancient gene?
Maybe that's what it is. Like, he has alien genetics, and that could be part of the key to unlocking this mystery.
Good with that. So I'm trying to figure out what his genetic, what he is exactly, maybe.
Yeah.
What his genetics
Oh
are.
my God, I'm
Do I
the
suspect
MC.
he's an alien?
I mean, you could. Yeah.
I think that might be it.
Okay.
I think he's an alien.
I
It's entirely possible.
Awesome. I like it.
So I again, furthering the Stargate references, I think I'd like to make my one stunt the ancient gene.
Well, there you go. All right. So Bayless, it's now your turn for a relationship aspect. Are you good? Would you want like some suggestions?
Yeah, suggestions. I'm having some trouble here.
So you are out of your depth. How did you find yourself here?
Probably with a reference from one of the characters, which would indicate that probably the thing he's after is more of a security clearance. Obviously, he couldn't cut it getting into the military, so he's kind of looking for to use the coding term, a side channel, like a way to get in by proving himself to someone who can just hand him clearance, which would either be Captain Dirk here or maybe Professor Zachary. So if he's looking for a side channel, it might also be that he's just decided to completely dismiss one of the other characters as, you can't get me anything. Why do I bother?
So it's like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you got here accidentally and now you're looking for a better job?
Exactly.
Okay.
Wants a job with the Fed. I want an X-Files job.
There
Could be a great aspect.
Yeah.
I mean, that's entirely on you. And it could be like related to like one of the individuals here, like knows you.
I want Trinity's X-Files job.
All right, there we go. Excellent. So now with the other aspects that you have, you are welcome to fill those in as you need to. If you're having trouble coming up with something for those aspects, I recommend playing this like game that we just played for the relationships, which is good.
I'm totally down.
So what's that?
I'm totally down.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'm going to have my headset in so I can still hear, and you'll be able to hear me just a little bit. But you're welcome to fill up those aspects as needed, because I see Zachary Bird needs 2, Cameron needs 1, Trinity needs 2, and I see that Captain Dirk is good to go. He is too old for this shit, which I think is needed. And I like back in my day, this is how NASA handled it. Great. When your aspects are done, you can fill out the you can fill out the approaches, just like in Accelerated, which I will post a link from the Fate SRD in a moment as soon as I find it. I think it's 322110.
That is standard, yeah.
Yeah, then that's what it is. 322110. So
One quick thing I'm noticing is that Captain Dirk Sterling thinks Cameron Palm is a cover name. It absolutely is.
CO's right.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. CO Palm is an anagram of mall cop.
Oh, there you go.
So if he wants to like notice the interconnected strings there, that's exactly where I got the name from.
I kind of want to play up Trinity's climb up the ladder to where she's been respected. I want to say like, what glass ceiling, or is that not respectful enough?
The problem is what glass ceiling doesn't necessarily mean that she's climbed up. It means that she doesn't respect other people who haven't been successful. Like someone who doesn't see the glass ceiling just because they've gotten past it.
Right. Yeah, no, that's why I'm putting it out there.
So like smash the glass ceilings.
Yeah, no, that'll work. Any objections? Unfortunately, we don't have a female in the group to balance that out.
I'm
And
having a hard time thinking of another one for Zach.
I think I'm gonna move the ancient gene to one of Cameron's aspects. Just so that Captain Dirk there is justified. There is something weird, and it might come up if we have any technology that responds differently. Like the opening of Stargate Atlantis. It's like, what do you mean the chair doesn't work for you guys?
That sounds great. Andy, so for
Yeah.
other aspects, like, do you have like some piece of equipment that would be very interesting for your character to have? Like, like drone in a briefcase, or like army of drones in a briefcase? Is it like, full laboratory in a backpack?
Oh, I like that idea.
Something along those lines.
science Swiss Army knife.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right.
Yeah, I kind of toyed with that with the once a Girl Scout, always a Girl Scout.
Sounds good. I am
Excellent.
Oh, cool. All right. So now we have to do stunts. Like I said, everyone gets one stunt for free. If you'd like a second stunt, you can spend a refresh on it. That's about as far as we're going to go for stunts, unless somebody feels very strongly about having a third stunt. But you get one for free, and then you can do a second one if you reduce your refresh by one.
Right.
So whenever you have those ready, I am happy to talk with you about that. While that happens, good.
I've got written down, because I know my stuff, I get a +2 when I cleverly create advantages related to Xeno history.
I think it sounds good. I think it's going to come up a lot.
Yeah, well, it's a one shot, right? Might as well use
Yeah,
that.
right. Good point. All right.
Well, in order to avoid overlapping and just having a stunt that makes it easier to figure out alien tech, maybe just a stunt to use specifically alien weapons, thanks to the ancient gene.
Oh, let's see. So as part of having the ancient gene, we could say that gives you, like, allows you to activate more things. Like, maybe that's how, like, this whole chamber thing is possible, is because you have this ancient gene. And so they're like, all right, great. We're going to send all of these, like, people who are qualified, and you. And so, like, that might be part of it. I don't know. Oh, you know what? You couldn't, because of your ancient gene, you could get +2 to overcome, to cleverly overcome, or whatever approach, to understand alien technology. So then you would understand what it does better.
I mean, I'll take it, but I'm a little concerned that'll overlap with Trinity's stunt a little.
What is Trinity's stunt?
That's to create advantages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I mean, with the overcome, you can get through things. One of the things I'm trying to try out is to be an aspect generator for the crew. So, yeah, that's the meta that I'm going for. Is I want to be able to set up advantages for you guys to knock out of the park.
I was kind of thinking the same thing for Zachary, actually, being a mad inventor. You would have something along the lines of, hey, I made a thing once, and I think I can combine this and this, sort of like a really dangerous MacGyver.
Although that sounds like a fantastic aspect. Dangerous MacGyver.
Yeah, that might be better, actually.
I think it's obvious that, like, that Captain Dirk Sterling is in charge of this mission. Professor Zachary Bird and Dr. Trinity Boone are there to, like, try to make sure that it goes right with all of the alien tech. And like as you like fight off enemies, it's all going to come down to Cameron, of course, doing a lot of the fighting, because that is you have no one who is the muscle. So I think by default, Cameron is going to end up being the muscle.
I gave him forceful as his best approach. Maybe I should just give him a stunt that makes him better at fighting things. Let him be the wharf.
Well, the thing is you don't have to. I'm gonna like sculpt things for based on like what you guys have. So don't feel a need to like fill a certain role. The game will be fun, especially if you've got like really low fight skills. Because who knows?
Bayless, if you wanted to, you could use your ancient gene to attack. You could make a stunt based around attacking with your ancient powers.
Oh,
Specifically if it's alien or alien weaponry. Okay, yeah, I like that one.
He can
The
handle
numbers
it.
are 322110, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think I'm done, Randy.
Excellent.
Ditto.
Please check my weird stunt if you're checking stunts.
I'm taking a look at them.
Cool.
Sounds good to me.
I can't think of how I'm going to use it, but those are the best kinds of things.
Yes. If you want to, you can change 60s to old technology, but as far as I'm concerned, the two are kind of interchangeable.
Yeah.
So like if you like pulled out a Zune to play music, I think it would be appropriate with that stunt, even though it's not a 60s sort of thing. But if you want to restrict yourself to the 60s, I'm cool with that.
I'll go with old because then I can pull out my cell phone that's the size of a shoe.
There you go. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Everybody's characters is looking great. I'm just taking.
I'm having a hard time with this stunt, trying to figure out anything.
So yours was Zachary Bird.
Yeah.
So one of the Fate accelerated stunts is because I'm so cool, I can do one special cool thing a session. So
It seems like I just have a useful tool would be in line with Mad Inventor. Don't they have a Mad Inventor sample?
Well, I know that Captain Sterling has like basically a fanny pack of being able to pull anything out of it. So
I can give that up if it's more appropriate to the inventor.
Well, I mean, hold on. The inventor, like, let's think about the different things that the group is able to do. So we've got Captain Dirk Sterling, who's an astronaut who can pull out old shit. We've got Cameron Opalm, which allows you to attack better forcefully with alien technology. Dr. Trinity Boone gets +2 when creating advantages related to Xeno history. So let's talk about Professor Zachary Bird.
I almost feel like it should be related to tinkering with or improving something that other people have. Like, oh, I remember if you turn this screw, this works better. But I'm not sure how to reflect that mechanically.
What about a +2 to create advantages specifically for adding free invokes to existing aspects around alien tech? Kind of an uncommonly used rule there.
What about bleeding edge upgrade ? Where you attempt to add additional invokes to something that they've got, but if you fail, it takes away its usefulness. So
yeah,
like, let me see your gun for a sec. I'll make it better. I'm like, no.
Right. Here's my thought on this. Okay. So what if it was +2 to create advantage, to cleverly create advantages when upgrading human technology with alien technology?
Oh, I like that.
And because that really goes with the like, I'm a dangerous MacGyver and Mad Inventor and science is a verb. So like, I think that like is like on theme pretty well.
Perfect. Love it.
All right. Awesome. How's
And then-
everybody feeling? Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, how's everybody feeling about their characters?
I'm excited.
Excellent.
Love it.
Really
All
hoping
right.
this mission gets NASA to approve my retirement finally. My benefits still haven't come through.
If we survive, probably.
Bastards.
All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, so you can get up, stretch your legs, eat, get something to drink, whatever the case might be. And just so you know, as we're playing, if you have to step away to get some water or like, a bio break, you're always welcome to go ahead and do that. We'll bring you back in the loop on anything that you missed. We'll meet back here in, like I said, 10 minutes. So that would be 7:23 Eastern.
Okay.
All right.
So I wonder if Randy's going to be editing the stuff before. I wonder if Randy's editing the stuff before posting to YouTube.
I hope so.
Yeah, so there's no 10 minutes of dead air and that whole technical nonsense with Fari.
Oh, he said he'd send us the raw Zoom recording, so I'm sure one of us could manage it.
Yeah, I didn't see how messy my desk is from your perspective. I know it's terribly messy.
We saw it mostly swing high, so I don't think we saw the desk too well.
All right. I figured it was time for an adult beverage.
Right? That's something else we need to edit out. Accidental product placement.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Accidental.
What?
Yep.
Huh?
Like the freaking Transformers movie where it's like, oh yeah, we just have a Mountain Dew robot. Pew pew. Wait, did you guys just?
I'm still laughing at that whole Cameron Palm. He must be an alien, right? I mean, who has a name so clearly inspired by the porn industry? And then the nod to Buckaroo Banzai.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't even know where I pulled it from. I just found that OC Palm is an anagram of Mall Cop, and I love anagram names. I think the last time I played Pathfinder, I had an orc basket baby. So it was rearranged to Backstabber Yo. Probably one of my favorite characters is Parson Gaudy from Earthworld. And if you rearrange that, it's Protagonist.
Nice. Now,
Yep.
although you're missing a second L.
Second L? Oh, did I?
No. No, it's Malcop. It's fine.
That's right.
You ruined it for him.
Nothing you get from a mall is good anyway, so it's fine.
Right.
It's a
It's
second-rate
Latin.
mall. They couldn't
Yeah,
afford the second L.
Latin.
It wouldn't even give a segue.
Oh, man.
All right. So are we ready to get this party started?
Yes.
Well, let's wait till Andy gets back to his
Oh,
desk. So. All right. So I see from what I can tell here, no one has spent any extra refresh on additional stunts, which is perfectly acceptable. That is your choice. What's that?
So I was gonna say, I think it goes to showcase just how annoying stunt writing can be, that all of us are one and done. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I personally try to create a bunch of stunts so I have almost no refresh, because I like to drive my characters like they're stolen cars. So yeah, that way, it's like, hey, if they die and they break, that's part of the fun, right? So
Yep.
All right, great. So everybody settled, everybody ready. All right, awesome. So let me set the scene for you. You several weeks ago, the the UN had uncovered, in the southern tip of South Africa, had uncovered an ancient alien artifact. It was, technology, or it was a metal that was of such that it didn't really match the carbon dating, the sophistication of the metal. In fact, the sophistication of the metal is far beyond anything that we produce today. When the United States heard of this, the United States sent in a force to lead the UN mission, and basically took over the site, and has now been slowly uncovering what is known to everyone at camp as basically an alien spaceship, a giant alien spaceship. easily based on the curvature of what you can see so far, it would easily fit, something along the lines of like 6 football stadiums. So this is something of a significant size and a giant find. This is not like a little 2-seater that was, cruising through Earth and crashed. This is a ship that had a lot going on. Why it's here, we don't know. That's part of what this mission was to find out. However, when it started to become uncovered and the outside was drilled through, creating a hole, this was like 2 days ago. The hole drilled through, there was a signal being sent from the ship. It took a while for the signal to be even kind of picked up. It was translated through adaptation of hydrogen molecules. So it was something that you really had to be paying attention for to pick up. And so as a result of it, they backtracked it. But unfortunately, it took the better part of like a day and a half to realize that an alarm system had basically gone off. So 2 hours ago, it was noticed that there were incoming ships coming from several of Jupiter's larger moons. And as a result, the entire world is on like just high alert. The presumption is that they are coming and they're not going to be kind, and it will mean the destruction of Earth. Fighter jets have been scrambled, nuclear codes have been cleared. Every intelligence agency in the United States or in the entire world is going crazy. Unfortunately, you are on site, and we're trying. The people who are there are trying to basically try anything. The alien tech has been completely unresponsive until one of the security guards brought in some hot coffee for some of the professors. And with that, some of the sensors sort of lit up a little bit whenever that person was around. We have not had time to figure out if it's something on him or in him that's doing this, but basically the person on site is General Whitley. General Whitley is an unkind general, probably in his late 50s, very fit, takes no shit kind of general, and he is trying everything to basically try and get this thing going. There is I've drawn zones in the little zone map. It's really crummy drawings, but there are 4 tokens that represent each of you. If you hover over them, you'll see which one represents you. I did not choose it. It was random. There is to the right, there's a really lousy drawn truck. And outside of that is the tunnel that was used to bore into the spaceship where you're at right now. And of course, there's like a dirt road and ramp that goes out to that. In the center is that kind of looks like a little cylinder with a doorway. That is the Stargate, if you will, that you will have gone into. And then off to the left, that kind of like Tetris looking thing is a bunch of computer systems and lab equipment that was brought in by the US-led UN group. Along the back, the little like dashed lines are different like panels written in alienese, for lack of another term. And none of them have like started working or anything except for this central like kind of gate. General Whitley has basically said that you're all that we can spare. We've got other teams investigating other parts of the spaceship, and throw you into this thing to see what it does. The switch gets flipped, and as the switch flips, our game begins. So with that, there's a bright flash of white light. An odd sensation, like if you've ever like ridden a roller coaster and had that like your gut kind of feel like whoa, that's basically the sensation that you have. And when the light fades, like nothing has changed. You're just standing in this stupid chamber.
I told you hydrogen communication was a thing.
Hey, you security guard, you should come walk around with me and see if other stuff lights up.
Okay. Grumbling under his breath about having to walk this much.
General Whitley talks to you, Captain Sterling. So that did nothing. That was great.
Well, that wasn't on us. We didn't do that. You whippersnapper.
Well,
What you need to do, let the alien touch some of it. He'll get it going. And I look at our security guard.
We don't have an alien. I'm assuming that jackass stepped in some green goo that he wasn't supposed to. All right. I mean, come on, look at him. Like, what is he, Paul Blart?
Can we not use the phrase green goo? It's obviously plasm.
At this point, as you're carrying on the discussion, from the top where there's a lot of from the top, there is a loud chunk, there are tentacles that begin burrowing through the top of the basically out of the ceiling. And as these tentacles kind of come out, they're like individual, I don't want to say like snakes, but basically like snakes. They're like tapered snakes. They begin firing and shooting lasers and kill everyone in the room, including you. The white light begins to fade, and the white light begins to fade, and you see the room around you. You have all of the same memories that you as players have right now. But General Whitley's like, oh, well, that's great. Nothing happened. Great job.
You didn't.
Into the elevator.
Holy hentai murder. What?
Okay, there's some buttons over there, and I think that there's no purpose in having a button if you don't go push them. And
yes, that's why you're here. I've brought. Listen, I literally brought you here, Professor Bird, so that you could push buttons.
Good, let's go push them. I'm gonna go push them. Let's push the button.
Yes, go George Jetson it. Go push
Make
buttons.
it quick.
That's what I brought you here.
Buttons need to be pushed. I'm gonna go push the buttons.
Yeah,
Trinity holds up a hand and goes, "This is too much," and walks over to the wall that's got all the characters on it and starts trying to decipher them.
Yeah. You read the directions. I'm gonna push the buttons.
Why do you got to push things before we read the directions?
Why do you have a button if you're not gonna push it?
We don't have much time.
Clearly.
You two stop arguing. We don't have much time. A bunch
of snakes begin drilling out, and they plop down, shoot lasers, and kill everyone.
God damn it! I told you so. I say with my dying breath.
And just so you know, I've never run a game like this before. So if this gets annoying or bad, feel free to let me know. But I think this might work out. So the white light fades, and General Whitley's just like, great, nothing happened. Just like I expected. Wonderful job. Go science team.
And I'm whippersnapper. You push buttons.
Yeah, Cameron is running over as fast as he can with Professor Bird and trying to push buttons. Getting lasered is not enjoyable.
Trinity is hurriedly sketching down characters.
I want to investigate the tunnel that goes down, or what looks like the elevator that goes down, I assume. The thing in the middle, is that an elevator?
The thing in the middle, that's where you've gone in. That's your Stargate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it basically just punches us back out to here.
Well, I mean, you go into it and then you walk right back out of it again. Like there's a bright light and a little bit of a weird sensation, but that's about it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and I want to compel someone. I know that Professor Zachary Bird wants to go press some buttons.
Yes, I do.
Yes. So let's see. Science is a verb sounds like a good one. Let's go ahead and give you a compel off of that. I'm going to, you know what? Okay. I'm going to compel you to like press buttons, and it's going to create an even bigger problem. So you kind of go up to the like dashboard of buttons and everything, and you just begin like randomly pressing buttons. Am I understanding your approach?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, because you have a sense of urgency that no one else who's around has, because like
Right.
they haven't died twice.
Yeah.
So you begin like pressing all of these buttons. And as you do, you see let's see. What is it? Trying to think of a good one. You know what? Okay. So you're going to find a, damn it. Sorry. I'm like halfway there to a good compel, and I want to make it a good compel that makes your life more difficult.
Well, of course.
Okay, great. I'm going to say that you're flipping a bunch of switches. And as you're flipping switches, one of the switches that you flip actually like had a little like, I'm assuming they're buttons as well. One of the buttons that you pressed actually had a needle in it, and it injected you. And so you are going to like have a your hand is basically going to start molting like a lizard.
Okay.
All right. So it like starts to feel real weird. And it's going to get even more weird as things go on. But one of the buttons that you press apparently was a self-destruct, and everything explodes. But first of all, do you accept the compel that you've got this weird hand thing going on?
Oh, I absolutely do.
All right.
And
great.
it works despite the time loop.
Let's see. All right. Dr. Trinity Boone is not the one I wanted to give that to. Zachary Bird. There we go. I just gave you the fate point. The white light goes away. General Whitley says, "Oh, great. That didn't work. Let's just chalk that up." The only difference this time, the only difference is that Professor Bird, your hand still has that pain to it.
Clearly something is carried over here.
Today's bit of Squick brought to you by District 9.
So the place where things were drilled on the right of the zone goes down.
On the right, it goes out of the spaceship. This
Okay.
off to the right. That's literally where they drilled into the ship.
Okay.
So if the ship itself, the shape is correct, you're
Right.
at like the top right, kind of entering into the ship. So you have like, they've done like the sonic readings to get the size and the scale of this thing. But we haven't gotten much further than basically this room, because you've had like 2 days. And the archaeologists don't want to go too fast. So I'm sorry. Dr. Trinity Boone doesn't want to go too fast through this stuff to mess something up, because there might be a switch that blows it up.
Yeah, why would you do that? So just to clarify,
Go ahead.
just to clarify, this is a hole cut in the hull of the ship that we're looking at.
Here, let me see if I can change color for what I'm drawing. All right. So the blue that I'm drawing right now, all right, this area right here is the hole that's been cut into the side of the ship.
Okay.
The room that you're in, I'm outlining in green. Okay. It's not the entirety of the spaceship. It's just that you happen to be in a circular room.
Oh, so it is inside the ship.
It is inside the ship. There doesn't seem to be any obvious points of ingress or egress from this. So it seems that like you need to kind of figure out how to basically like get out of this room.
Gotcha.
So yeah. All right.
So the control panel is definitely alien.
The control panel is definitely alien. The only thing that is not alien, I'm going to outline it in pink. There are a bank of computers supplied by like NASA and the UN here in pink. Okay. That you can use. The things along the wall, which I will basically just kind of outline in orange here, are the like what are obviously some sort of control systems for the room that you've gotten into.
Oh, so that's what he's been mashing on.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay,
So-
I thought they were characters of some sort that I was trying to read.
And I know there's
No.
one of them you shouldn't push.
Sorry.
Okay, so we've been lasered to death twice, blown up once, and at least someone seems to have a time-resistant virus. So I think Cameron at this point is just going to pull out his sidearm and start shooting at the laser snakes, since pushing buttons apparently did worse than nothing.
All right.
Well, I'm going to start pushing controls on the alien wall.
All right.
Also,
People stop pushing things.
is there anything in the truck, equipment, things like that?
You can investigate it.
I will do that.
All right. As you're investigating the truck, the alien, like thunk, 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 the alien snakes begin drilling through, and Cameron is going to begin shooting them. So hold on. You know what? I'm rearranging your Zoom windows to match where you are. There we go. Now I've got Zoom windows above everybody's character.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
all right. So before we resolve the shooting, Professor Zachary, it sounds like you're very quickly searching the truck to find out what's in
Yeah,
it.
I'm like dive in and just start trying to MacGyver something to help us.
Well, you're trying to find out what's in the truck. Go ahead and roll a quick. The difficulty for this is going to be a 1 because you're pretty familiar with the stuff that's here, but you're kind of looking to see what's in here. So go ahead and make a roll.
All right. That's gonna be negative
That's a
one.
-1. All right. So when rolling fate, no, that's not in reroll territory. That's just bad dice. Do you want to spend a fate point to get that up to a 1, which means that is success at a minor cost for an overcome? Or do you want to fail? Do you want to succeed at a major cost? You have options.
I think I'm gonna fail because I'm cognizant of the fact I'll get to try again.
All right, sounds good. Well, my success at a cost was going to be it's going to take you a couple of rotations through being destroyed, but all
There you
right.
go.
So, do you want that cost? To find out
Yeah,
what's in
I'm
there?
totally in favor of that.
All right, great. So basically, you're gonna have to play through a couple more of these death situations to find out that the contents of the back of the truck, it's mostly like it's water and snacks. Most of the things that have been already brought in have like a lot of the field gear has been dished out to people who are like there trying to find out what's going on in the alien ship. So basically what's left is like water and snacks on the back of the truck, but it does leave the truck itself. So Cameron, you want to shoot the snakes. It sounds like are you being forceful about it? Like basically like kind of like cocking the gun to the side? Are you trying to like, what's your approach to shooting the snakes?
Saying, fuck it, let's see if violence is the answer, and popping in
Alright.
and then popping off. So I'd like that to be forceful, but actually like to
It sounds forceful.
create an advantage to establish that these things can be damaged by Earth tech.
So you're going to make and you want to try and find out something about these snakes. Okay. That's going to be an overcome to try and this is one of those places where like, is it create advantage because you want to learn something about the snake and use it against them? Or is it overcome to try and find out what it is?
I've always
give you-
been a fan
Oh,
of discover being a subset of create an advantage.
Sometimes I lean on discover too, but in this instance, I'm going to go with create advantage because that's
All right.
more favorable for you guys. When in doubt, it goes to the players. So, all right. So that is create advantage to understand the snakes. Go ahead and make a forceful roll, please.
I rolled as soon as I said it, so that was a -1, so that's a total of +2. Or fair,
right.
sorry.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Hold on. I'm testing out the roller here. If you click on your approach, it will actually calculate it with your bonus.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm
I was
seeing
gonna
the
ask
button
about that.
now.
Yeah.
cool.
So Professor Zachary, you were being quick, which means that you should have had a 0, which
Right.
would still have required the cost. But now we know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So good. All right. Groovy. So you're creating advantage against the snakes to find out if human technology like firearms works against them. It does not.
Uh-oh.
So yes. I will, let's see. But so telling you that it doesn't really give you anything useful to work with. But what you do notice is that until you start shooting at them, they don't shoot you.
Cameron specifically or anybody?
Cameron specifically.
Ooh.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and add an aspect to the board for that, for your create advantage. Let's see, which is snakes don't attack Cameron first. So, yeah.
Is that because he's shooting them, or that's just a thing?
You know what? That's a great question and probably is worthy of further investigation. So yes, Cameron, through shooting at the snakes, you discover that they are, unless you shoot them first, they at least the couple of times that you've tried this while dying, they won't shoot you first. So, all right. So the white light fades. General Whitley is there saying like, oh, great. Nothing happened. What else is to be expected?
All right. Is there something I can get my eyeballs on to trigger my archaeology? Like I'm in a temple, essentially. I mean, at least that's the way she sees it. What can she like read, take in, observe?
Well, you've been trying to like collect up the information on the like data banks. Like
Yeah.
you've been trying, you said that that's part of what you've been doing. You could attempt to create an advantage along those lines to try and better understand what's going on.
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds like my stunt, right?
Let me see here.
The +2 to create with xenoarchaeology.
That is definitely a +2 to create advantage with Xeno history, or xenoarchaeology. Yeah. So I'm going to say that. So you're trying to do this in a kind of a mad rush, but you also have Dr. Zachary or Professor Zachary Bird, who's throwing all of these crazy switches. So you know what some of them do as a result of what he's been doing. So I'm going to set this difficulty at a 3. What is your approach to this?
Well, this would definitely be clever.
Okay.
And with the stunt, that gives me a +2. So I'm actually at a +6. So succeed with style.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So let's see. That is a success with style to create this advantage. So what aspect should we create? Let's see. Your something about operating the alien machinery.
We made the joke about reading the instructions first, so maybe we have a basic instruction manual.
How about I read Alienese
That'll work too.
at Alienese. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Alienese at a toddler level. And you got success with style, so let's go ahead and add 2 free invokes on that. I'm presuming that you can see that in the like public area. You can see those aspects as well as General Whitley. Okay, great. Just making sure. All right, so yeah, you've got those aspects going. So the white light fades. You step forward again. General Whitley's like, great. Nothing worked. Or that didn't work. What do you want to do on this latest round?
Is Professor Bird still playing around in the back of the truck?
Well, no, you guys just came out of the white light.
Okay.
Again.
I'm feeling like this time I want to use my very dangerous MacGyver aspect to go under the truck and create a gas tank delivery device to use against the snakes.
Okay. So you're going to try and fight against the snakes on this go around.
Yeah, I want to create something that maybe the security guard can use or somebody else can use to deliver incendiary goodness to the snakes.
It sounds like you're making a car bomb.
Yeah.
I'm going to set the difficulty for that at a 2.
All right.
And I presume that is going to be clever.
I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so as
and
well.
then the really dangerous MacGyver, how would that?
Well, that's narrative permission.
All right.
As an aspect. So what you're going to do is you're going to roll. And if you don't like what you roll and you need like to spend fate points, you can use I'm a really dangerous MacGyver to bump that up. So
fully get that.
All right. Your clever result is a 3. I said set the difficulty at, what did I say? A 2? Did I say? Anyway, yeah, that's, I think
right.
So. I think so too. All right. So that is a success. You've created the aspect car bomb. Okay. So this is the car itself is the bomb. All right. You've got 1 free invoke on that. Who would like to go? So that's what you're doing on this turn go around. Yeah. What's everybody else doing whenever they come out of the white light?
Right. So if we want to take advantage of that, that has to happen right now, because otherwise it goes away.
Yes.
In which case I'm going to, because these snakes are going to shoot me last, I'm actually going to get Kevin's going to throw his arms out wide and try to cover Professor Bird.
All right. So you're trying to, I interpret that as trying to get an extra aspect or an extra invoke on car bomb because you're giving him more time to help with that.
Yep.
Okay. Then I'm going, okay. That sounds good. Is anyone else doing something, Trinity or Sterling doing something before the snakes come down?
Well, I just read the instructions, so.
I wish to be punching alien technology on the walls each turn until I go through all the technology.
All righty.
Process of elimination.
Sure. So Dirk Sterling, go ahead and let's see, you are. Yep. Go ahead and give me a sounds like you're being weirdly clever about it, or what approach do you think that you're taking?
I think it's probably clever. Buttons? The first one, it would have been flashy, but then after I got blown up once or killed once, now it's just moving methodically through.
Well, if you're methodical, that might be careful.
Yeah.
We're all going to die anyway. Might as well take your time.
All right. So go ahead and roll that clever.
Did that show up?
It showed up, but it didn't include the clever.
Yeah. So try clicking on the word careful. It kind of looks like a link.
Oh, I see where it's coming up and saying roll.
There you go.
There we
All
go.
right.
Okay.
All right. So you got a 2, which is what I was going to set the difficulty for. So you actually find a button that is a little bit further along than what the other ones have been pressing, because apparently you found bomb buttons a lot earlier. Whenever that happens, a doorway, or at least like there is the outline of a doorway that appears whenever you press that button. So that appears. Let's see, we've got the car bomb going on. Let's see. So the snakes drop down, thump, 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 and drill their way through. And Cameron, you're trying to give an extra tick on car bomb.
Yep.
So your approach to this seems to be flashy because you're trying to kind of get in their way.
Yep.
Or okay.
Already rolled it, so I got a 3. So is that good? Good.
Yeah, I would say that 3 would be successful to add against that. Actually, I'm going to have the snakes roll against you just to give you a little opposition. They roll, they get, I will give them +1 for this. Their total result was a +1 on the dice, so that's a 2. You are still successful. So I'm going to go ahead and add another tick onto car bomb. All right. So currently the snakes are lasering and killing a lot of different people, but you still have chances to take actions on this go around. You guys are being pretty fortunate this time. So who would like to go next?
I think Trinity's going to bolt for the door.
All right. Let's see. That is going to be opposed by the snakes. It sounds like you're making quick.
Yep.
So go ahead and roll quick. I got a 2 result again.
Oh, I got a 1.
Yeah. You want to spend a fate point, or
What else do we got on the table here?
you could use let's see.
Well,
you
I could weave near Cameron and maybe take advantage of the snakes don't attack Cameron first, unless
That's
somebody
true.
wants that.
I did not use those invokes for my action, so let's use them.
All right.
All
Yeah.
right.
So
I'll
I know
use it.
exactly what she needs to do. So I shout at her, run like a mongoose, run like a mongoose, because I'm overly self-assured.
Well, and he is my hero, so that makes sense to me.
All right.
I don't know
Awesome.
what running like a mongoose looks like, but I can't wait to see.
Well, it seems to be kind of zigzaggy close to Cameron.
All right, cool. So, all right. So who wants to go after? So Dr. Trinity, you managed to successfully make it into the next room. Who wants to go after Dr. Trinity Boone? Or actually, John, you get to pick who goes next.
Right.
Might as well. Let's make this initiative.
Okay, cool.
Formally.
I kind of want to see what's going on with the car bomb, but since my hero just shouted at me, I'm going to give it to Captain Sterling. At
We
least
are
he's smart enough.
leaving, and I run
All
for
right.
the door.
I just added the Snicks as bad guys. So, sorry, who's beelining it for the door?
Me. I
All
shout,
right.
we are leaving, and head for the door, trying to run like she did, like a mongoose.
Like a mongoose.
Yes.
All right. It is going to be opposed by the snakes, who are going to be shooting. And they get a 1 result in total. I do believe you should roll quick unless you've got another approach.
I think quick is probably the best one.
All right. All right. That 2 beat their 1. So you managed to get into the door. Great. So Dr. Trinity Boone and Captain Dirk Sterling are in the door. So quick, who goes next? The snakes, Cameron, or Professor Bird?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd already gone.
I'm going to say Cameron.
All right. What's Cameron gonna do?
I'm gonna try to do the same shielding thing and try to rush all the other personnel out the door, make sure that we have the general and any other unnamed NPCs with us, just in case we need I don't want to say more bodies, but out of character, I'm definitely thinking more bodies.
All right. So as you begin shepherding the general and like everybody else in, the snakes just mow everybody down and everything fades to white. And then we come back to right exactly where we were before, where you're like given the choice of like, what do you need to do? Like, you know that saving civilians didn't work last time.
Did the two of us make it through the door or no?
Yes. Basically, you're playing through and like correcting as you go through.
Oh, okay.
It's Groundhog Day.
It's Groundhog Day mixed with Edge of Tomorrow.
That's what I was thinking. We need to find Emily Blunt, guys.
Edge of Groundhog Day.
So the car bomb doesn't work, or doesn't?
No, the
exist?
car bomb does. No,
The
it
car
still
bomb
exists.
works. Saving
Sorry.
civilians does
Yes.
not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
Oh, make a omelet, break some eggs.
You know what? That seems like a compel that I just shut down what you were doing on security guard. So I'm going to give you a fate point, Cameron.
All right.
Okay, so it is. So Cameron, you, it's your decision point. What do you want to do?
I think that the best I can do is continue to buy Doc or Professor Bird time and try to cover for the snakes. Make this the biggest boom we can possibly manage. So at this point, I'm not only doing the whole shielding thing, I'm kind of like kicking at any of them that get too close. Like, no.
All right. So you're sounds like you're trying to give him set.
Create an advantage against an existing aspect.
I mean, it could be against car bomb, but I'm also thinking that like, it could also be like, pay attention to me.
Look at me, I'm a distraction.
Yeah, I don't know which way are you trying to go with it?
I think it's more keeping them away from him. I don't think Cameron would be brave enough to draw the attention to himself so much as try to push it away from where he doesn't want them.
Okay, so you're
It's
trying
a push,
to
not a pull.
Okay, so you're trying to move the snakes. I'm going to say that this is an overcome to try and redirect them because you're not really creating an advantage with them. You're just kind of redirecting them.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, so it sounds like you're using forcefully doing that.
Okay.
Just so everybody knows, whenever I make a suggestion for an approach, you are more than welcome to red confetti. That
Uh-oh.
that
Did
has
someone
less
just
than a
blow
2.
up?
Yeah, that is a less than 2% chance to roll 4 negatives.
Wow.
Oh God.
I think we
Good job.
already established that that kicking at them, like I said, causes them to aggro on Cameron. So I think he just got a few lasers in the gut.
So that is this was an overcome. So you can choose to succeed at a cost. You can spend a fate point to re-roll, which you're definitely in great territory for that. Because they're going to be rolling against you. Let's get their number first. Hold on. They have a 2 result.
Mm-hmm.
So
And he was trying to distract the snakes, correct?
yes, he was making an
Okay.
overcome roll to try and get the snakes to kind of like go in a different direction and kill other people first. And so so the question is, Bayless, do you want to fail, succeed at a cost, or start spending fate points?
I'm gonna spend that fate point for the reroll. That's
That's smart.
he's the security guard. Pushing things where they don't belong is within his wheelhouse. So let's see.
All right. Go ahead and spend that fate point.
All right, did because that was the compel point. for getting
Okay.
all the civilians killed.
2-2. That is success at a minor cost.
All right, what's the cost?
Good question. You know what? I'm going to say that your minor cost is that as you're redirecting the snakes, one of the snakes lasers cuts off your non-dominant hand.
Oh,
The reason it's a minor cost is that it will only be there until you reset again.
okay.
Because he regenerates.
Like an
Because he's an
alien,
alien.
right? All right. So Cameron, who goes next? The Snicks or Professor Zachary Bird?
You know what? I want the car bomb to be the big climax of this scene, so I'm gonna say the snakes.
All right. The snakes are going to attack the snakes are going to attack Professor Zachary Bird. So how are you going to defend against these snakes shooting lasers at you?
I am going to use the vehicle and put myself on the other side of it.
All right. Sounds like you're trying to cleverly use cover.
I would agree with that.
All right. I'm going to roll and get a 1 result for the attack.
I got a 2.
All right. So let's see. I am going to I can spend fate points too.
Yeah, I was gonna say these things are bulletproof, but they can't shoot through a truck.
Well, I mean, the thing is like they're I mean, stormtroopers. Come on. All right. So so I'm going to spend a fate point on the aspect car bomb. And I'm spending it on car bomb specifically and not I'm a really dangerous MacGyver, because if I spent it on I'm a really dangerous MacGyver, I'd have to give you the fate point later.
Right.
So I'm spending it on car bomb, and I'm going to I spend it on that because you can't get good cover, because if you're in the wrong spot, the car will explode with you right next to it.
Right.
So making it more difficult. So right now you're going to take 1 point of stress unless you decide that you want to ante up or you're cool with 1 stress.
I'm cool with 1 stress.
Yeah, that's the smart move. All right, great. The snakes will let Professor Zachary Bird go last in the round.
It is time to deliver the car bomb.
There we go. All right. So you're going to set it off.
Yeah, I because it's a vehicle, obviously, I want to be able to deliver it towards them and away from me.
Yeah.
So I mechanically, I'm not sure how to do this.
Explain to me what you want to do narratively, and we'll figure it out.
Well, I'm imagining that since I'm using the whole car as a bomb, a fair amount of it is going to involve putting it in drive.
Yeah.
And having it detonate when it reaches the snakes themselves, or at a distance where, in theory, most people will be safe, but the snakes won't.
Yeah. The lasers from the snakes are probably going to cause the car bomb to go off, I think is
Right.
going to be the most likely thing. So basically you just need to kind of like, you grab like a pack of water bottles, you
Right.
put it on the accelerator and just like turn off the emergency brake and like roll out of the vehicle.
Yes.
That to me sounds like it could be forceful, it could be clever, it is not careful, it could be flashy, it is not quick, and it is not sneaky. So,
You know what? I'm going to live on the edge, and I'm going to go forceful.
Nice.
all right. Yeah, it does sound forceful. Let's give that a whirl. Go ahead
right.
and make that roll.
Okay. Da-da.
Oh, the snakes defend with a -1.
Hey, I got a -1 also.
All right. Yeah, but here's the fun part. You have you have a lot of free invokes.
Yeah, I want to invoke.
You got 2 free on
Car bomb.
Yeah, I want to invoke car bomb. Definitely.
Yeah.
Because I made it so well and I really designed it to take these things out. I mean, I know my crazy science. I know how to do this.
All right. So
Use
that
them
is
both. Go big.
Yeah, why not?
yeah. All right. So that is 3 to -1. And the explosion kind of takes care of the, like, as far as you can tell, takes care of the snakes. You roll out, and there is the car, as it's rolling forward, like it fireballs, but it can, like, the chassis keeps going, and it rams into like the array of alien like buttons that everybody's been pressing, and as it does, the door begins to slide down. So I am going to compel the aspect, we'll make it I read alienese at a toddler level, that the door is shutting, and so you and Cameron are going to be cut off, like in a new area of the spaceship that you've never been before, and unable to like come back here. You will be with the other two because you've all gone out the same door. You'll all be together. You just can't backtrack at this point.
All right.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right. So that was for Professor Zachary Bird. Oh, wrong way with the fate points. All right. Cool.
Okay, so Cameron and Bird are in one area and
Nope.
Okay, I've got that back.
Everybody. Let me go to the zone map. Let me find the right thing. So that is not what I wanted to do. I want to grab people. So you are all in a new alien room, and the doorway, it's not letting me draw anything. Let me select the right tool. The doorway is closed. All right. So let me just hold on. All right. The sound effects make it real as I drew orange explosion all over the truck. All right. So you're now in a new section of the alien spaceship, which is great because this is as far as you've made it in any of these little iterations that you've had. Cameron, you are missing your hand.
Yeah, I took that as a mild consequence of ... I'm all right.
It's not a mild consequence, though. We can add it as an aspect on the board for as long as you have it. But yeah, it's not mild consequences. Well, consequences take time to come back. So let's add an aspect. Missing hand.
I was actually going to say ... I'm all right.
Not your left out.
Okay, great. Somebody watches Arrested Development. Well, he's all right. Good. He's missing his left hand. All right. So now you are in the next part of the spaceship, and you guys have managed to get through there. Let's see. The area that you're in is dark. It does not benefit from all of the different lights that the government had set up in the previous room. So it is on you to provide some lights. I think it's fairly fair to assume that Professor Bird and actually all of you would probably have some kind of mini flashlight. So there's no roles for that or anything, but if you want to illuminate the room, that's an entirely different situation.
Right.
So this is where I'm going to ask you, the players, to help me figure out what this room is. As you shine your flashlights around, John, I'd like to know how big is the room?
I'm going to say that it is long and narrow, and almost elliptical in cross section. Probably, I don't know, 100 feet long and maybe 12 feet wide.
Wait, hold on. So 100 feet long and 12 feet wide. All right. I've got a little bit of drawing there. All right. So let's see. Quick. what would the oh goodness. Can you tell me some architectural details about the room?
The room appears to be somewhat organic in nature, but is not organic in material, i.e. it is definitely that metal, but it looks like it has been perhaps grown or cast rather than worked in the way that we are used to metal being worked.
Cool.
Great.
So out of the firing range into the stomach.
All right. Let's see, Andy, I'd like you to tell me what the dead creatures look like in this hallway.
They're they're like very, very thin snakes, except the snake bottoms split into two legs. They have two snaky arms with a single claw at each end, and then their head comes up into a big half a hemisphere that is their eye.
Oh. Excellent. And let's see, the last question is for Bayless. Why did you trigger that trap that's in this room? How did you trigger the trap that's in this room?
I took one step. Like, what is that thing? Click. That's all it took.
All right. So what happens as Cameron walks in? So Cameron, you walk into this room. You guys have kind of your flashlights going. You walked like maybe about 6 feet into the room. You hear a loud click. Along the wall, the like organic nature of it. As you look a little bit closer, you can see that it's almost like a school of what these dead creatures look like, kind of like swimming along the horizontal length of the wall. But one of the sculptures kind of like comes out from the wall, very organically, but you can also kind of hear like that it's not organic in nature. It's definitely like a mechanism of some sort, given how like old it is and unmaintained it is. And the eye opens up, revealing like a green light that scans all four of you as you stand there. As it does so, you hear a little like successful ding, and the room begins to fill with liquid of some sort. As you kind of like lean down, you see that like based on like what it looks like and everything, the liquid seems to be water, but it has begun filling up fast.
I reach down and scoop some in my hand and take a sip.
All right. It tastes like real stagnant water.
It's stagnant water, guys.
Dr. Boone splashing in the water going, why is everybody stepping on things and touching things and pressing buttons?
Because buttons deserve to be pressed.
It's the floor. We always step on the floor.
We need to get to the other side of this chamber and get out before we drown.
Can we see the other side of the chamber?
With the flashlight, it's about 100 feet, so you're going to have to do a little bit of walking to see the other end of the chamber. But yes, there is another end to the chamber, and there is a door there, a circular door that seems to have like irised shut.
Let's swim up to it and figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
As you kind of like you're just walking through like an inch of water. It's splashing, but it is beginning to come in pretty quick. You walk up to that wall, and the door itself there, it has a red light, and there you see that there's another kind of indicator light next to it. That like as you shine your light into it, it kind of refracts some green light. So it seems like this door isn't going to open until the chamber has been set. So basically, until like the water is full, it's not going to allow you to go the rest of the way.
Hmm. How
Well, we're
long
all
can you
gonna
guys
drown.
hold your breath?
We're all going to drown unless we figure something out quick.
There's nothing else in this room other than the thing that protruded from the wall, the bodies in the water.
That's correct.
All right.
Is there
Did the
anything
body-
to read? Sorry.
Well,
Quinn.
it's okay. I was going to ask if the bodies in the water appeared to have drowned, but
Well, the as you investigate the bodies in the water, Captain Dirk Sterling, you can see that they have, so the clothes that they're wearing haven't disintegrated because they're like really good like spaceship stuff. Who knows? But the clothing has burn marks. Underneath the flesh has desiccated. And you can see signs of like burn marks as well, as if they were like shot by energy weapons.
like what happened in the room before.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys science us through this thing.
Does this material appear to repel water?
The metal
Suits. The suits that the
Suits.
aliens are wearing.
the suits. Yeah, it is. Water will not transmit through the suits. They're watertight.
Worst case scenario, I can fashion some air balloons we can use for a little while.
Brilliant
on it.
idea.
Try. I'm gonna science us some air bladders so we can breathe for a little bit.
Brilliant
All right.
idea.
You science up some air bladders, and the door spirals open, and there's a pressure change. You are sucked into a dark room, and before you can get your bearings, the air bladders run out. We fade to white. Man, great. Nothing happened. That's exactly what I expected. So
He's
General
back.
Whitley's just like, great. Exactly what I expected. Nothing. Good
So
job.
push that button, Captain Sterling. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll be heading for the door while he pushes the button.
Why on earth would I press one of these random buttons?
No, that we're talking to Captain Sterling.
Yeah.
not-
Sorry,
I pushed the
sorry,
button.
not Whitley. Okay. All right. Yeah. You press the button, the door opens.
and I'll grab a hold of as Officer Palms takes a step into the corridor. I grab him by his collar before he takes that dreadful step.
Oh, right.
All right. If you Professor Bird, if you want to, there can be some random stuff around this room that you can bring with you to create like a better deep dive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Water bottles. Water bottles are by definition airtight.
Well, I'm thinking with all the gear we have, we could
Yeah,
probably
that's true.
create like a little rebreather apparatus or something like that.
Yeah. So you managed to get it now. So here's the question. You've got the door open. You've got a bunch of this gear. What are you going to do? Because you still have there are other people in that room as well as the general.
General.
I'm gonna distract the general.
Well, no. I'm not saying that they're a problem. I'm saying,
Okay.
are you just basically going behind the door and then shutting the door with them left there? Or are you trying to get them the safety as well?
Well, the last time the door shut was because we hit the control panel.
Getting them to safety kind of didn't work. So
You could probably shut the door from the inside. And yeah,
Well,
last time we tried to get them to safety, it didn't work.
I mean, I think as we're heading for the door and I'm grabbing gear, we can just tell them to get the hell out.
Yep.
From whence they came.
All right. So
That's
going
true.
out that blue hole.
Yeah, I mean, presuming it affects them. If not, we'll see them again.
All right. Um, uh, so you tell the general that basically the 5-second version of what you've been going through.
Right.
So is it you, Zachary, that's telling the general?
Yeah, I will say, General, we're in a time vortex. No time to explain. Go, get out there. Save yourselves.
All right. Please make a forceful against the general to see if you can convince him. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2 because generals don't like to be yelled at.
All right.
So that is a 0.
This
So
is a great time to spend some fate points.
Sure. What aspect are you going to spend your fate points on?
I'm actually going to lean pretty heavily on traumatized mad inventor.
Yeah. All right.
And sort of, I've seen this shit and you don't know what I've been through. I know this stuff. You need to get out of here.
All right. I'm good with that. Go ahead and spend your fate point.
All right.
Cool. All right. That is success at a minor cost. I'll make your life more difficult later on that minor
All right.
cost. All right. Great. So you managed to convince them to bug out. They hop in the truck that's not exploded in this fractured reality. And they begin driving out. You go into the room or into the hallway. You see that there actually is a door switch on the other side that you're able to flip that will shut the door and then begin this process. Zachary, you've been wanting, or you've creating the air bladders is no problem. I'm not going to make you roll for that because that's how what we need to do to get to the next room. I mean, I could make your life difficult off of that, but okay. So we've got, let me open up the zones here. All right. So as you go into the next zone, room, whatever, it is going to be we're going to do this again. I'm looking for the drawing tools. Sorry. So this time, Bayless, I'd like you to tell me, what is the size of this room?
Oh, this is the third room, the next room?
This is the third room. Yes. This is the room that the hallway has equalized with water. And then when the spiral door at the bottom opened up, you were kind of sucked into this next room. Both rooms are filled with water completely. So Bayless, I'd like you to tell me how large the room is.
Oh, I have an image in my head and I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it without adding too many details, but I want to say approximately the size of a blender from a strawberries perspective. So probably cylindrical, big enough that that truck from the first room could fit 1.5 to 2 times across.
All right. All right. So it is sorry, wrong tool.
So that previous room was kind of the opposite of an airlock.
Yes.
It would be an airlock for an aquatic species.
Yes.
And lasers transmit through a water medium better than slug weapons would.
We're putting things together. All right. So that is the size of the room. A blender from a strawberries perspective. Let's see. We need some architectural details. So John, give me some architectural details for this room.
It is fluted, basically alternating undulations in the wall at regular intervals.
You couldn't have told me that before I drew it. No, I'm totally ragging you. All right, so it is fluted. Excellent. Let's see. So quick, tell me what Captain Sterling doesn't like about this room.
Excuse me.
I'll tell you, I don't like the fact that it's got those 3 2-foot diameter black spheres hovering down the center at 5-foot intervals.
Now we're getting to Numenera territory. That's awesome.
There we go.
That looks dangerous.
All right. And Andy, tell me why Professor Bird needs to touch one of those black spheres.
I mean, clearly this is something I've never seen before. I also, my hand feels kind of weird. And so I think it might be soothing to touch it.
You investigate your hand and you see that like somewhere along the line, your fingernails have completely like slawed off completely. And you can see that like when you like play with the skin a little bit, like the skin is getting loose. Like if you've ever taken Elmer's glue and put it between your hands and let it dry and then like peel it off. I have a 7-year-old at home, so I've done this recently. You know,
I
so
did
you
that when I
peel
was
it-
7.
Yeah. So you peel it off, like you feel like you could probably do that with like some of the skin near the tips of the fingers have been getting loose. The rest of the hand, it's still fairly tight and meaty, but it feels like it's weird.
I just think that sphere is going to feel really good on my fingertips.
Yeah, I think it will too. Let's see. I'm just looking at everybody's aspects. I'm trying to bring them into play.
Oh, has Mr. Palm retrieved his palm?
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
yeah, yep, yes. That is gone. Oh, here, let me get rid of that. There we go. I read Alienese at a toddler level because you're bringing information forward through each of these. That one is going to continue to stay. You haven't used it. There's no reason to get rid of it yet.
Sure.
So Trinity, I'm going to offer you a compel on, goodness, which one was it? No patience for the uninformed.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that pretty much the whole time.
Yeah. You've had enough and you need to stop Professor Bird from touching this thing and like just take care of this situation.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I'm not quite a tackle, but definitely like slap him out of the way.
Yes. And Professor Bird, science is a verb. So I'm going to offer you a compel that you really want to touch this thing.
Oh, heck yeah.
And just so everybody's clear, I am specifically involving PvP in this room. And just to be clear, play it in character, but like you can be mean character to character, but mean person to person is
Right.
uncalled for. So, but yes, both of you will get fate points, provided that you're cool with it. Bayless, quick, you okay with that situation brewing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's fine.
can I interject
Okay.
something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I shout out to the professor, no, not your hand. Lick it once first. That's how we used to do it at NASA in the old days.
I gave the fate point to Zachary Bird and the fate point to Dr. Trinity Boone.
Thank you.
So Captain Dirk Sterling, it sounds like you're taking action first in this particular, like, we're going to act in initiative just to like keep track of things. So since you shouted lick it first, you get to choose who of the other 3 players gets to start off the initiative.
Well, of course, it's got to be the doctor. It's got to be Andy.
Well, he's the professor. Don't confuse us.
Sorry.
All right.
That's all the same to me.
Fair enough. All right. Professor Bird, that it looks really soothing.
Well, I mean, clearly it is. Now, we're not still underwater, right? Or are we?
Yes, you are still underwater.
Okay. I'm,
Yes.
I'm swimming like mad for it. Anybody who gets
So-
in my way, I'm going to struggle free, smack them, kick them off. I need to touch that sphere.
Well, it sounds like that is going to be resisted. Dr. Boone, are you resisting or
Oh yeah, like
providing
and
interference?
I presume we all have like comms that we can talk to each other through our air bladders.
Yeah.
And it's just like, stop touching everything. Every time you touch something, it breaks something else. Stop it, as I grab onto his ankle.
All right. So, Professor Bird, you said you were swimming as quickly as you could.
Right.
So that sounds like quickly. Dr. Boone, it sounds like you're trying to like talk him out of doing crazy shit. So it sounds like you're trying to be clever about it. I'm open to other approaches. That's just my first call.
I to be honest, I think she's kind of just losing her shit, and thinking is secondary to this. So this is either going to be forceful or quick. Like just
Your
to
choice.
try and cut him off.
All right.
As much as it pains me, I think it's going to be forceful.
All right. Okay. Go ahead and make your rolls, gentlemen.
All right.
Whoops.
All right. Boone has a -1. What is Zachary Bird going to get?
0.
All right. Anybody want to spend any fate points?
It's important enough to me that I touch this thing that I'm going to be keeping my attaché and just bashing at her every time she tries to get close.
Well, right now you're successfully like heading in that direction.
Right.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, unless Boone wants to start spending fate points.
Um,
Oh, you know what? Wait a second. My roll didn't go. I thought it did.
Okay.
That's not correct.
right. It should have been quick. There you go.
There you go.
All right. All right. Yeah.
I'm in a war of attrition.
Even better.
I'll take the loss.
All right. All right. So, Professor Bird, you start to get closer to one of those orbs. Who goes next? Andy, you get to pick who goes next.
Oh, I suppose it's going to be Cameron.
Well, Cameron's probably the slowest in the water. And we've got this slap fight happening around one of the orbs. So he's just gonna try to swim over and just push them apart. Which is counterproductive to everything, but he's a security guard, not a hostage negotiator.
All right. So you're trying to calm the two. Well,
Not even
physically
calm them,
separate.
just physically
separate them. All right. That sounds like forceful. So go ahead and roll forceful.
Nice.
Doctor. Holy snipe. All right. So Bird and Boone, how are you resisting being pushed?
I'm going
Forcefully
quick.
fighting back? Quick?
I'm okay with being pushed if it pushes me toward the sphere.
No, I'm assuming that he's pushing you both like away from. Oh, I'm sorry, Bayless. Would you be pushing them like away from the sphere and like away from each other?
I think in Cameron's case, he's focused on pushing them away from each other, and he's not terribly concerned with the deeper implications of that. So yeah, if
Alright.
Bird's going to try to ride that push further towards the sphere, that makes sense to me.
Then Professor Bird, like your die roll will help, say whether or not you're in a good direction or not.
All right.
So you're resisting this forcefully, cleverly, quickly?
Cleverly, because I want to redirect the.
Use the momentum.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead and roll your clever, and Boone, roll your quick.
Hey.
Oh.
Oh, hey, wow.
All right, Boone. Boone will not be moved.
Oh,
That
no.
is a tie that will give Cameron a boost. And Professor Zachary Bird, you are not moved in a good direction for you unless you want to spend a fate point.
Absolutely.
Well, if that's
All
the
right.
case,
What? Well,
one, too.
hold on. What? What aspect are you using, Bird, to justify that?
It's a very good question. Only the best tools in my attaché. And then I'm able to take a couple of things out to sort of rechannel the water around me.
All right. I find it believable. You could have something useful like that. And Boone, you said that you're in it to win it too.
Oh yeah, no patience for the uninformed.
All right. So yes. So Cameron, you attempt to break them apart unless you want to spend a fate point and start bringing this up.
No, this sounds like it's more interesting to fail here.
All right. All right. So the two of them are separated, and Professor Bird is getting closer to the orb, and Dr. Boone, you are catching up to him, trying to make sure that nothing bad happens. Bayless, you get to decide who goes next.
All right, who hasn't gone?
Let's see. I'm marking everybody now. Boone and Sterling have not gone.
Sterling started.
No, Sterling picked. Sterling didn't
Oh,
act because of that great line that Quick had.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, let's let Dr. Boone go next.
Right. Okay. Yeah. At this point, I think I'm gonna try and catch up as fast as I can, and either like try and tear off the air bladder or pull his belt or something to just redirect him. And at this point, it's definitely just quick. Just try and get there as fast as I can and redirect.
All right, Bird, how are you resisting?
Probably quick. So if I'm trying to sort of twist my body to dodge him, would that be quick, clever?
Trying to twist your body?
Yeah.
I mean, probably quick.
All right.
All right, go ahead and roll your quicks, gentlemen. Boone's got a good one. Bird, yours didn't take. You didn't re-roll.
No, I got a -1.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see the animation. So,
Okay.
all right. So yeah, that is a 4-point difference there. So yes, Boone, you are able to redirect easily. You managed to get Zachary Bird because of his concern for air. You managed to drag him away from that. So Captain Dirk Sterling, I'd like to offer you a compel.
Yes, sir.
While all this is going on, like back in your day at NASA, you would have just touched it. So while they're doing all of this,
See, this is cheat because you didn't even have to offer. I was already going to swim past them because you know I do.
Well,
I do
there's
at least
two of
50
them. There's two of them. They're all swimming for the one, and you're just like.
Well, and I do 50 yards of swimming every day for cardio. 50 yards. That's more than anybody else at the rest home. So I'm going to swim up. I'm going to lick it because back in my day, this is how NASA handled it. What do I need to make?
Well, that was a compel, so you don't need to make any dice rolls for it, and you can lick it for free. Don't ever quote me on that. So, are we doing phrasing? So now, all right. So, oh my God. All right. So Captain Sterling, as soon as your tongue touches this black surface, this inky black surface that's kind of blacker than anything you've seen before, you are suddenly back in like the 50s. You're in like an astronaut suit, but you're kind of like getting ready to get on board one of the rockets. And as like you hear a voice beside you, one of like the scientists kind of says like, this is strange. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here.
Where should I be?
I don't know where you should be, but you shouldn't be here. This is off limits for you. You shouldn't be permitted aboard this ship.
Well, here I am. Just put me on the ship. Let me fly it.
That is not how this system works. You are a foreign entity.
I'm American.
And at that point, your tongue detaches from the orb and you're back in the water. You put the bladder back on. And like, you see everybody else fighting off at the side.
So I look over and I wave at them, hoping to get their attention while they're
Mhm.
fighting. And I go pick them both up.
I just imagine she just kind of lets go and just slowly sinks to the bottom and or floats up to the ceiling, I guess, and just sits there indignant, like children. They're all children.
He touched it, didn't he?
Yeah.
At this point, at the far end, so at the left end of the zone, basically a series of green lasers kind of like come out, forming a grid. Like as it's coming through, you can see that it's kind of like vaporizing the water as it's going through. And zzz, you fade to white. You hear General Whitley say, "Oh, great. Didn't work. All right. That's exactly what I expected."
I go hit the button and start evacuating everyone.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm not
You
even
guys
gonna bother
managed.
talking to the general.
All right. You guys managed to get back into the hallway. You make your bladders and you get back into this room again, unless you want to do something different.
Now, just while he's making the bladders, I'm standing inside the room, hands on hips, dead silent.
Yeah, let him lick it this time.
Lasers, green lasers.
Well, you didn't let me touch it.
When I licked it, it took me to a place that I'd never been back in, I guess, the 50s. So maybe the answer is temporal travel in your mind by licking the big black ball.
Look at these things. These things will help us. I need to touch it.
What is wrong with your fingers?
I need to touch it.
Yeah, the skin is like kind of flapping now on the edge of your fingers.
Oh my God.
Is he being Buffalo Billed?
Clearly, this is science, and I need to exercise that science.
This is science.
Fine.
All right, so you
She just and at this point, she's just going through the motions. Just three men with their own goddamn mind. They're gonna do whatever the hell they want to do. Apparently,
good
it's not
times.
permadeath, so fine.
Excellent. All right, so you guys managed to get into the fluted room with the two big black orbs, and
Well, reluctantly, apparently the answer is licking the orb. So I'm gonna lick the closer one.
all right. One moment.
Reluctantly. Like, I can't believe this is the solution, but okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stare
Science
at
guys.
Professor. I'm
Sorry.
gonna stare at Professor Bird and just like slap a hand on it, like, fine.
Touch it.
Whenever you lick it, Paul Blart, Cameron, sorry. Whenever you lick it, Nothing happens. But then a moment later, the various places with the undulations, you can see that the undulations are a bunch of tubes spiral open. So they like iris open. And there are multiple kind of like tunnels or like paths that you could swim through. As you get close to, like, there are many of these little holes. They seem to be sized about right for the dead creatures that were in the hallway. Which you realize that the snakes that you saw in the original room were probably like a landing force related to or same as them. You've only gotten to look at the dead body for a little bit. But you, one at a time, you guys could fit through one of these things. But as you get close, you kind of like, if you've ever felt the suction in the filters of a pool, like a swimming pool, basically you feel like there's some suction. Like you feel like once you go in, it's going to be like, whoosh,
Oh, great.
when you go
Riptide.
through. Yes. So there seems to be like some kind of force, like there's a little like energy field that's preventing it from sucking in all of the water out of this room. But there are tubes. There are markings outside of each of these tubes now that you're aware that they're there. But the translations that you're able to get from the alienese that you can read basically just kind of like indicate, well, actually, that's a good question. They probably have, why don't we say like stuff like barracks, kitchen, ops,
Sleeping place, food place, think place.
Armory.
Yes.
Armory.
If you're willing to
Sharp
spend a
stick.
fate point, one of them could say armory for sure.
Sure. Cameron would definitely be interested in finding an armory.
All right. One of them does indeed say armory, and you could go that way as long as you all want to.
The question is, does Professor Bird get his malformed hand on the sphere, and does it do anything?
It does nothing.
I'm very deeply saddened by that.
Yeah.
And does Captain Sterling think maybe our weird alien friend
well, wait a
near the
minute.
key?
Well, wait a minute. You know what? It doing absolutely nothing isn't very interesting now, is
You
it?
must be this old for
Um,
time travel.
I look at the professor and just go, point at my tongue.
I tell you what, I'm going to, so Professor Bird, whenever you touch it with your hands, you actually, you're a younger version of yourself, probably about 11 years old. You are basically kind of like doing some creek swimming. And whenever you look down at your hand, you see that your hand is still like in whatever like state you're in is still like deforming like it usually does. And one of your nearby friends who's been playing in the creek with you says, "What are you doing here?"
I don't know. What are you doing here?
I am making sure that the water is safe and secure.
Does my hand look normal to you?
Nothing about you looks normal.
Okay, so you're seeing me as a projection of me from the other place that I projected here as me, right?
I don't believe that you
have
belong
no
here.
idea.
I don't believe that you belong here.
Where is here?
I believe that you need a medical bay.
I think you may have a where are we?
We are in, and then you hear like a long series of hissing. And then whoosh, you're back in your experience in the water with everybody else.
I'm very excited by this.
And does Trinity experience the same thing with her indignant slap?
Oh, so you're touching it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I walked in and just went looking straight at Dr. Or at Professor Bird.
Let's see. Yes. So, Dr. Trinity Boone, when you slap your hand down on the orb, you go back to whenever you were 14 years old. During you were basically you are in the circle at the end of a Girl Scout meeting where they're all like singing and chanting about like, friends are gold, or old friends are gold, new friends are silver, all of that jazz. I was a Girl Scout leader for a little while.
Excellent.
And they basically all stop singing and kind of look at you.
And I stopped mid sentence. I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?
You should not be here.
Oh, where should I be?
There have been many violations today. I believe one of the Girl Scouts looks at another Girl Scout and says, I believe it is time to activate a purge of the system. It seems that we have an infestation. And you are whooshed back into your body. And you see green lasers begin at the left and begin like burning their way towards the group of you.
So to the armory then.
Armory.
All right. Everybody make me a quick roll, please.
Oh God.
The difficulty is going to be a 2.
Oh boy.
No.
Wow, we have 5 with Dr. Boone, and we have a -2 with Zachary Bird. I said the difficulty for 2, so it looks like we've got 2 survivors and 2 people who die at this point.
Actually, I'd like to spend a state point. I mean, my character is a contractor with Hanz Security and was obsessed with finding the armory in the first place. So I'd like to say that Cameron was actually right by the appropriate hole, and despite his girth, was able to get in there as soon as the laser started.
That is definitely good for me. Professor Bird, you rolled 3 minuses. Statistically, a re-roll would be better than trying to pump it up with dice or pump it up with fate points, but that is at your discretion.
I am totally going to do that.
All right. What aspect are you going to use?
I'm going to analyze the pattern of the lasers and try and figure out the most effective way to get to where Cameron is and to get out.
I'm so sorry. Let me rephrase. What aspect are you going to spend the fate point on to justify it?
That is a fine question.
I mean, I can see science as a verb.
Not the first time you've had to outrun dangerous science.
I would even volunteer an alienase at a toddler level since you actually heard it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay. I'm happy to mark off a free invoke on I read alienase at a toddler level.
All right.
So go ahead and give a re-roll, Professor Bird.
All right.
The difficulty is 2.
Let's see. 1, -1. No.
Oh, wow.
Can I spend a fate point to help him?
Yeah.
You can if you'd like to.
Okay, so as I see him struggling, I dig into my fanny pack and I pull out some of those old 80s swim gloves that you put on that have the fins between the fingers.
Yeah.
And hand them to him. And underwater, it sounds like. But what I'm saying is, back in my day, this is how NASA handled it on Venus.
Wait a minute.
All right. So Captain Sterling, go ahead and spend a fate point. And Zachary, you got 3 minuses again. Like it could be a re-roll. You could also choose, since this is an overcome, to succeed at a cost.
I will do that. I will succeed at a cost.
Well, in that case, then, Captain Sterling, take your fate point back, since he's not going to use it to re-roll. Although
Right.
in fiction, that's good. We'll keep it. So, Professor Bird, what is you know what I think is going to happen, Professor Bird? I think that is that really a cost, though? Yes, I think it is. So, Professor Bird, you, as you're kind of like swimming as quickly as possible, you accidentally pull the bubble that you have on your head, the air bladder that you've created. And you find that, like, as the air leaves and the water rushes in, that you're actually more comfortable with that than you are with the air that was there. And you kind of like scritch a little bit at your neck, and some skin kind of like just floats away. And there are gills there, that have begun breathing this water. So, so yes, it is. So this is at a cost because you breathe water now, and not air.
I can see I'm going to have to do more science.
Yes. So yes, you are able to make it out of this zone. You have begun your trip to the armory, just like it was prophesized. Let's see. Oh,
Does he have scales like a fish underneath the skin that's sloughing off? Is that what's going on?
take a look.
I do. I take a look.
I mean,
think
to
he
me,
might
it
be
looks
the
a
alien.
little translucent, kind of. A little bit.
Yeah, you've already started to like pick the skin off of your fingers, and
Oh, yeah.
it's basically revealing like your fingers are turning into like the little like one claws that the snake people had. Like they're like individual claws, but you're noticing that your dexterity of keeping your fingers separated is starting to get tougher. So
He didn't need the weird gloves anyway.
Right.
All right. So at this point, I'd like to take another 10-minute break. Give everyone a chance to stretch their legs, bio break, get some water if you want to. And we'll meet back here at 9:12, 9:13 Eastern. So I'll see you all in about 10 minutes.
All right, cool.
I am here, so don't wait on me.
I am here as well.
I love wireless headsets. I'm actually a floor up from the computer.
Traitor. I mean, oh, okay.
That's a little concerning. Ugh. Am I audible at the moment?
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, I need to worry about my mute button a little.
So other than the initial hiccups, Fari is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Ari is really nice. As soon as you get like the character creation process down, and then here's something for you to remember as well. If you want to keep these characters in Fari, you can, but it is all of the data is stored in that browser. So like if you
Okay.
like I'm in Firefox right now, if I went to Chrome, it would have none of that information because it's all locally stored in browser. It is not stored in a database. There's no option to store it in a database. So if you want to keep this character, what you'll want to do, let me go ahead and I'm going to share my screen. Okay. What you'll want to do is go to the characters section. Okay. And you see, I've got a bunch of characters here, mostly because I've been like pissing around with a bunch of stuff. But what I can do is like this character, Agathon Warbullion, this little download button will download a .json file, which is, if you do development work, you may be familiar with JSON files. If you don't, basically, it's just a coded structure for like coded data structure. All right. You can look at it. It's almost human readable. But basically what you can then do is then import it. Go and grab wherever you downloaded it from and import it. So for instance, this is me just having imported that same character that I just downloaded. And now, of course, I have like multiple copies of it now. But the point is that's how you go about saving your characters.
Are you able
Cool.
to import the entire scene? Because it doesn't look like we can import each other's characters.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
It is written in such a way that each player is responsible for their own character. So, like I said, that's something that kind of bothers me because I like to track everybody's characters, because information gets lost, even with the best of intentions. And I'm mildly OCD. In fact, I'll show you how OCD I am. I have a gaming wiki that turns 16 this year, called Drinking and Dragons, where I've logged all of my gaming
Wow.
for the last 16 years.
Wow.
Wow.
So yeah, this is the main page right here. Basically, like these are the active games that I
Wow.
have. Right now, like our group is playing a bunch of random games, so we call it Wednesday night games. I run the Learn to Play Fate games, and so I've logged those here too. And disposable game days are one-offs. That's where like this game will get logged. But in reverse order, my last campaign was Band of Blades. Some friends of mine use this too, like NPC Codex was a friend's, and this, whatever this acronym is, this was my Fate game. My last Fate campaign that I ran, the Royal Pride of Musketeers.
Oh, nice.
So
Cool.
I've got it set up, everybody's PC, and everybody has to take notes in my campaigns. I tell them it can literally be as little as 3 bullets of information. Like it doesn't have to be much, but yeah. And then like I have NPCs. So these are all of the
Oh, wow.
NPCs. And they all have categories so that I can find them faster. So yeah, goodness. Oh, and then all of the images that I've uploaded for use on them are there too. But yeah, like it's like, okay, so who is this Isabeau Paradis? You know, it's like, okay, so she is a senator, and just some notes about like important points. And then she's a politician, she's a lion, she's a face, which is the term we use for NPCs, and tied to the Royal Pride of Musketeers. And so like all of the campaigns that I've run, I do this with to track, because I want to make sure that I don't get something wrong. So
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Did
is that the right word?
So
it?
I'm always impressed by people whose skill sets are in stark contrast to my own.
Yeah. What's really nice about setting this wiki up and having the requirements that I do is whenever a campaign wraps, I'll actually make a printed book.
Oh, cool.
I'll take all of the notes and export them into text files and then import them and design them, because I did print design way back in the day. So like I'll get like, you know, a copy printed for everybody, and then they've got like something to put on their shelf.
It's
Like,
cool.
That's awesome.
The story of it. Yeah. So it's been a while since I've done that. I'm a little bit overdue on doing that for a couple of campaigns, but that's the way it goes. I have too many projects.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems pretty time consuming. And right now I've got far too many hobbies as it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking about that the other day. It's like, so what do you do? I'm like, I'm a creative director and I play role-playing games. Do I need more? I'm also a father. There, 3.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
like,
that's
that's
a big
enough.
one, by the way, that father's thing.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I have to help her spell murderer when she's doing her writing lessons. You know, I have to make sure that, you know, she has to share with me the gravestone that she made for her and the cat in
Of course.
Minecraft, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Sounds
All
like
sorts
she's
of
on the
fun
right path.
She's super weird. I've been trying to get her to play role-playing games, and she's 7, so like I understand the challenges there. But every time I run games for her, she ends up taking it over.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
I've told her, I said, when I get old, you have to be my GM.
Yeah.
So, and I'll pass the wiki that I have on to her. So,
And then just say, "Oh, Dad."
weirdly enough, what happens to the wiki when I die is like right up there in things that I think about like doing, because I've got a good friend of mine that he and I both like maintain it at the same level. And I'm just like, I'll pass it to him, but then what happens to it? It's like, I feel like what I legitimately think I'm going to do is reach out to, is it Apple Klein? His name, the guy who did the Dungeons and Designers. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
And try and find like if him or if he could help me find some place, because it's a rich, like anthropologists would like to see it. I'm willing to bet at some point, so at any rate, that's not why we're here. Why we're here is for me to kill you. I mean, have a fun game.
Death is only the beginning.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I mean, you guys have been doing fine. Every time you die, it's not a problem. So, all right. So I'm going to go ahead and draw this next room that you're going in, which is the armory. So you kind of come into the armory. There are some things in the armory. That is like the worst looking chair I've ever done. Let's see, what else are there? There is a giant, I should use color to demarcate this stuff. All right, those are going to be gun racks. Let's see here. Technically, I could have done this while we were on break, but I didn't want to. I wanted to get a Pop-Tart.
Priorities.
Yeah, I wanted to get a Pop-Tart and some booze. So I am drinking this Massagave from Founders. Which that light is, it's very goodness, this is lime flavored. It's basically alcoholic seltzer.
Okay.
My wife picked it up today, and it's actually not bad. I if it's a girly drink, I like it. So
I'm with you.
So
I'm
that's
going to Manly Jack and Coke here.
Nice. I like that too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just trying to.
Since we're doing product placements,
yes,
found a Cayman Jack, the Moscow Mules. These are fantastic. These are really good.
I love a good Moscow Mule.
I will tell you, it is not a typical Moscow Mule. It's basically a malt liquor version of a Moscow Mule.
No, I can accept that. Yeah.
It's still tasty as heck.
Awesome.
Billy D. Williams, the pitch man for that?
I haven't seen any commercials for it,
Okay.
but
Didn't he do malt liquor back in the day?
Colt 45, right?
Colt 45.
Yeah, I thought so,
Yeah, it was Colt 45.
All right.
So there's a runway and 2 desks.
Yes.
No. All right. So I know my drawing with the mouse skills are terrible. I went to art school, by the way. Drawing with mouse is terrible. So so what we have here in white, which is kind of like right next to where you guys are, there's kind of like a control like seating station, oh goodness, what was it? Last of the, anyway, like Flight of the Navigator style seat. That's what I was thinking about. The green squiggles along the top to the left side, those are cabinets with what appear to be like some kind of weapons. Basically, some of them you recognize as the weapons that the snakes from the first experience had. Excuse me. The pink is a series of dashboards and controls, and the orange are basically like workstations. So if you think like the Enterprise, how it's got like the two workstations sort of in the front, that's there. The orientation for everything isn't exactly right. The chair like can swivel around so you can move it wherever you want to. As you get into the armory, or rather, who was diving in last into the armory? It was Professor Bird, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not going to be getting out of the water until I MacGyver something.
Oh no, you're still underwater.
Yeah. Okay.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No. You're still underwater. Like this entire spaceship is filled with water.
Oh, good.
And so, as you're about to dive into the armory tube, you hear like the sound of like this door, the first door that you guys came through, the first yellow door. You hear the sound that sounds like it opening. As you kind of like whoosh in through here. You actually, you know what? Let's make it a little bit more dramatic than that. Down here, where like the black orb entrance that you came in, as you're kind of like whooshing, you see there's an explosion that opens up the door. Like you see like laser fire, like firing open the door through there. And you whoosh into the armory. So basically, you know that that shit is going to hit the fan pretty fast for you guys. At this point, we're going to go into initiative. And with your permission, I'm going to run this as a really messed up conflict.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
All right. Your enemies for this conflict, I'm going to go ahead and add them as NPCs on the public board. Actually, no, they're not NPCs. They're bad guys. So the first bad guys are going to be fighting snakes. Okay. You're going to have to deal with that situation. In addition, there is going to be reroute EPS conduits. So basically, the room that you're in, the armory, just glancing around, you notice that it is called the armory because this is kind of like the control of the like weapons for the ship. And so you think that you can use the ship from here potentially to fight off the aliens. And so what this scene is going to be is it's going to be you guys fighting back against the snakes that are trying to come in and get you while trying to get all of this set up. And there's more. There is also read the manual that you're going to have to defeat. And you are going to have to gain control of the ship. Okay. So those are all of the opponents that you have for this conflict. Now, I don't know if anyone has any experience with really bizarre conflicts where we take the bronze rule and we like make opponents out of things that aren't typically thought of as opponents. The most typical example in Fate is on fire. Like, okay, the fire is an opponent and you're trying to fight the fire and the fire can fight back. That's the same thing that we're doing here with read the manual, or RTFM. You can imagine what the F is. Rerouting EPS conduits and control of the ship. Okay. So basically all of these will have to be, quote, attacked and taken out to be successful. So in order for this conflict to work, you're going to have to reroute the EPS conduits to make sure that everything is working correctly. You're going to have to read the manual to be able to like get everything working the way that you need it to. You're going to need to get control of the ship, basically being able to fly it and move it. And you're going to have to do all this while these aliens are attempting to stop you from doing this thing that you're doing. Does this make sense within the narrative and also mechanically to everyone?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The
All
only
right.
thing, the only question I have is where is the manual and where are the conduits?
Basically, you tell me.
Oh,
So like it can be the dashboards. You can be like, okay, I'm going through like the drawers and the orange like workstations that are there. Like I'm accessing the computer systems. I'm very loose. Just make it sound convincing. So
Oh.
everything that you need to resolve is in this particular room.
Okay, and what's
All
the
right.
pink thing again?
The pink thing are like consoles, sort of like the buttons that you were pressing up at the top
Right, and the orange ones are
in the
like
first room. Well, they're like workstations. I'm specifically being like generic in my terming for workstations so that they can be what you're going to kind of need them to be. So like
Okay.
they can have desk drawers if you need them to. They're computer terminals if you want to go that route. We've all seen a lot of science fiction, so it can be like whatever kind of station you need. It can also be something to hide behind as the stinks come in, and so forth. Is that a sufficient explanation for
Sure.
you, John?
Sure.
So I'm sorry that it's very loose, but I'm like, that's generally kind of how I run these things. So if you're
Okay.
uncomfortable with it, I can give more parameters.
Dang it! No, that's fine.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
go.
All right. Great. So we're going to kick off initiative with Cameron, because Cameron, you were ready to go to the armory. You wanted to go to the armory. You're the first person through here. Everybody comes through, and Professor Bird says that there are sticks coming up behind you guys. What do you want to do, Cameron?
I want to grab the first thing that looks like a weapon out of the cabinet, point it down the hole we just came down, and to quote a series we've already quoted once tonight, suppressing fire!
All right. Sounds good. What are you trying to accomplish with that? Just trying to keep them at bay?
Trying to keep them at bay in a panicked, past his girth kind of way.
Okay. So that sounds like, okay, so you're creating the aspect suppressing fire. All right. So these snakes are going to, well, that sounded like a forceful approach. Am I correct?
I'm thinking it's forceful.
All right. I see the 4 that you rolled. The snakes are going to get a +2 in total. That is a 2-point difference. I am not going to spend a fate point on that.
Well,
So-
I think I am, because this seems like keeping
Well,
the laser snakes out would be important for the rest of the scene.
Well, right now, suppressing fire as an aspect will get created with a single invoke on it because you got a 4 and I got a 2.
Yep. So
If you
with
spend an additional fate point, it will add an additional free invoke on the aspect at the cost of the fate point that you're spending.
which nets to a nothing. Okay, so I won't spend it.
I mean, there are times in which you'd want to make that change because remember, all the free invokes on an aspect can be burned on a single roll with no
Right.
restrictions. Which means that if you like pile on like 5 free invokes on a single aspect, you can get a +10 to something by burning that one aspect.
All right, you know what?
But
think
the
I'm-
fate point is more flexible.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and spend it then.
Okay.
Either on the fact that it's a hallway or the fact that he's in past his girth and kind of panic firing. But I'd like that second
right.
free invoke just in case we
Sure.
have to use it.
All right. And you are out of fate points.
I am. So
All
I'm
right.
sorry. I'm reading the numbers. What did the snakes end up with?
I rolled a 1. They have a +1 to their skill.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the roll engine could use an arbitrary, just type in a number, especially for NPC skills.
Yeah, because it allows me to create a dice pool, but not add a number.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Oh, if I click on that, it'll re-roll it, but it will not let me add anything to it, which kind of is unfortunate.
No, all good.
Let's see. Oh, wait, I think he added this.
Oh, whoops.
Does that? Hold on. He's got some release notes where I can actually add it as a roll. Bear with me just a moment while I go to his blog.
He's extremely active on the subreddit, so.
Oh yeah, he absolutely is. He like new character sheet, control building blocks. Good.
But in general, I really like this.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff to it. He takes feedback very quickly. So,
And
that is
GitHub.
good. Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like about it is that he is that it's open source. So like if you,
Cypress.
what's that?
Oh, I'm looking at the GitHub. He's built in a lot of cool testing and stuff.
Yes.
This is all written in JavaScript. That's cool. That's impressive.
Yep, it's using Peer.js, so there's
Yeah.
nothing complicated about the cross communication.
Well, it looks like Node on the back end, but
Yeah. I mean, it's good stuff.
oh yeah.
I really
All right.
thought- It's like some kind
Where
of
my
weird
computer
secret
nerd
code.
came out.
I think we're all there with you.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm just giving it just a couple more moments. Goals for NPCs. This is one reason that I do not like Discord is finding like conversations.
Right.
You know, it's great for like just actually like talking and things like that. But once you've got to start going through the back scroll, like that's tough.
I end up in bug reports all the time at work. And even if you know exactly the text you're looking for, it can be a bit painful.
Well, I'm going to, oh wait. No. I'm getting close because I remember this stuff. Nope, that was totally bullshit. All right. Oh, well. There are worse things. All right. So, yes. So Cameron, you did the thing. You made suppressing fire with 2 free invokes. You are now out of fate points. I'm going to go ahead and mark you as having played. You now have a wealth of choice for people who can go after you. There's Professor Bird, Dr. Boone, Captain Sterling, Fighting Snakes, read the manual, reroute EPS conduits, and control the ship.
You know what? Let's do the snakes. Oh, I kind of want to see how they react, and this gives us a chance to pick ourselves for the next round.
Sure. So they're going to attempt to fight back and remove or overcome the suppressing fire aspect, so that they can get out of there. They are going to do it by let's see. Well, I tell you what, let's do some rolls and let's find out what's going on. I'm presuming that this is going to be resisted by you, Cameron. So go ahead. I tell you what, I need to give you some context for how you're going to defend. So basically what they're going to do is they're going to kind of like throw some like self-swimming grenades into the room that are going to explode in inky blackness, creating basically like a bunch of like darkness right outside the doorway there so that they can actually make their way in. Believe it or not, I chose black for the color for that. Weird. Well, I've got it in, I'm in night mode.
I see, it's white, yeah.
Oh, okay. If you go back into day mode, it turns into the right color.
Right.
Seems like his dark mode is kind of off. Anyway, excuse me. They want to throw up that inky blackness to overcome the suppressing fire, because then you won't be able to see them and they'll be able to get into the room and create some and start getting in. So how are you going to resist this, Cameron?
I think the biggest way is that since it's suppressing fire, I'm firing down a hallway. So just trying to not only cover the hallway in lasers and hit them, but also hit the coming grenades.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So really just spray and pray.
All right. That sounds like you're using careful. No, I'm kidding. Sounds forceful. All right. So rolling for the snakes, they get a total of 5.
Uh-oh.
Yes, they've got they have different values based on what they're doing. So
But
that's
you've got 2 free invokes.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tick 1 and reduce their. Can I do that? Or do you have to do that? Apparently?
No, it bumps your number up to 5. So your 3 becomes a 5. It is then a tie on an overcome roll. So, which I can never remember what a tie does on an overcome roll.
A boost.
A boost? Okay.
It's a boost.
All right. Boost. I never name boosts. So I just indicate whose it is here. Because naming boosts usually isn't worth it. It does. It really does.
Actually,
all right.
this was an
According to this,
overcome.
it's minor cost.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I just looked it up. It says you retain your goal, get what you're after, but at a minor cost.
Oh yeah, it is an overcome roll at a minor cost.
Yeah.
They are not going to pay a minor cost. You know what? Actually, what I will do is I will spend one of my precious fate points on an aspect that I believe should have been there from the beginning. You are not water creatures.
Uh-oh.
So I think, hey, listen, I'm just, this isn't being used against you, but I am going to spend one of my fate points. Oh, nope, that is not mine. That was Professor Zachary's. Spending my fate point on not water creatures to bring mine up to a 7 against your 5, Cameron.
All right.
So
You still have a free invoke on suppressing fire.
And suppressing fire is going to go away if I don't use it. So yeah, we're still tied.
all right. Sounds good. I will leave suppressing fire there. So that's where we will leave it. The snakes, well, actually, I'm going to choose to go next. Captain Dirk Sterling.
All right. Well, so what I want to do is I feel like these scientists need some motivation. So I'm going to give them a motivational speech like I did the crew back before we went to the moon. And this motivational speech, I'm going to create an aspect of motivational speech.
Right.
And it will combine 2 of my favorite things at relatively nonsensical ways, which is Kirk's monologue from the Omega Glory and the monologue to the football team from Remember the Titans.
Awesome.
So there's a whole lot of, I know you guys can do it. That science stuff is Greek to me, but I know you can science it really, really hard. So get out there and science, except you kill some snakes. You can do it. You can do it.
Aye, Captain.
I'm looking at this as a flashy thing for me because
Yes,
that's what I do.
yes, yes. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 1.
Fair.
So go ahead and give that a roll, Captain.
Nice.
Oh, that is a
Oh, 0.
0.
That's not good.
Oh my God.
But you it is 3 minuses. So if you spend a fate point to re-roll, statistically that will turn out better.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna spend.
Okay.
I'm gonna tap the high concept as I realize my speech is kind of falling on deaf ears because maybe they haven't seen these movies. I say, you do know I went to the moon and came back. I am a bad mofo.
All right, give it a re-roll and spend the fate point. That's awesome. Much better.
Yeah.
All right, you create the aspect motivational speech.
And I end it with, Armstrong almost fell out of the capsule. If he could do it, I know you guys can. You're much better.
Oh, awesome. Oh, let's see. All right. So, my page has stuck in Fari.
Oh,
that is not. I worry that if I reload the page, it will destroy things, but I can't save it.
Nothing ventured.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's okay. It finally, whatever it needed to do, finally kicked on. All right.
I just see him switching rapidly right now.
Yeah. Oh, you guys see it whenever I switch between characters in public?
It's going so fast right now. I can't begin to tell you. Like RTFM and control of the ship are just switching back and forth.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing.
RTFM.
Oh, yeah, I see it too.
It just stopped. It was probably catching up.
That's weird. I didn't realize that you saw whenever I switched these. I assumed that you had your own control over toggles.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't like that. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't realize that I was distracting everyone when that happened.
No, not at all.
All right, great. So that was wonderful. Motivational speech has a free invoke on it. Good job, Quick. You get to choose who goes next. We've got Zachary Bird. We've got Trinity Boone. We have control of the ship, reroute EPS conduits, and reading the manual.
I'm going to say EPS conduits just because I find it fascinating and I want to see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those moments where I'm just like, all right, I back myself into a corner.
I've never seen a task attack me since I took French in college.
Yeah. Yes. So this room, whenever you entered this room, actually, I was going to say whenever Cameron entered this room, but whenever all of you entered this room, because Cameron was first, the room did light up with energy so that you can see where you are and what's going on. However, the rerouting EPS conduits is actually the power is going to begin to fail because it is so old. And so if someone would like to resist what the EPS conduits is doing, it is basically trying to make it difficult to power up the ship.
So would it be creating an advantage to dim the lights on us?
Yeah, that sounds like a good thing for it to do. It is going to kill the lights. That is the advantage that it wants to create. Is someone resisting this? Like the power starts to flicker?
Is that a Professor Zachary Fish thing?
Yeah, I was thinking since that was kind of going to be what I tackled, I'm going to break out some of the tools from my attaché and start going to town and trying to cut these things off from screwing with us.
All right. Sounds like you are cleverly defending.
I hope I'm clever.
Well, you're cleverly trying to stop it from creating this advantage.
Right.
So let's see. It is going to roll. It gets a 1 result.
I hope.
You tied it. So in this instance, so when creating an advantage, you can have either the aspect fails to be created. You could have it be a boost, or you can have it be an aspect that's created that's framed in favor of the opposition. I'm going to create a dumb aspect called control of the lights. And you now have like control of the lights. You have that aspect. It does not have a free invoke on it, but that aspect exists. So basically you fighting back against the EPS conduits trying to power down the lights, or the lights going off in the room. You now have control of the lights because that backfired for that bronze ruled character. So the EPS conduits is going to choose for Professor Bird to go next.
All right. I am going to try to disable the EPS conduits to reroute them such that they can no longer screw with us.
Modulate the polarity and reroute it through
exactly.
The front power. Oh goodness. Something array. Anyway, yeah.
The deflector array.
Yes, there we go.
Always the deflector array.
Always.
Yeah.
All right. So you are making an attack to take out the EPS conduits as a problem.
Right.
Sounds like you're using clever.
I am.
The EPS conduits are going to defend. You can go ahead and roll your clever.
All right.
I got a 0 and you got a 1.
I got a 1.
That is 1 point of stress for the EPS conduits. Unless you'd like to spend a fate point.
I think I will, actually.
All right.
Specifically because science is a verb, and I'm really charging in with little regard for my personal safety or the fact that my hands are turning into hooks, and I want to stop these things.
Well, there's that. All right, great. So it will now take 2 points of stress. Or wait a minute, yours brought it up to 3. So I'm not going to spend my last fate point on that. So it is going to get a mild consequence of rerouting power. That has 1 free invoke on it for you to use because that is a consequence on the bad guy. But yeah, you are rerouting the power. And so you are doing good. So that was the EPS conduits, or no, that was Professor
me.
Zachary Bird. You get to choose who goes next. The last of the heroes is Dr. Boone. There is also read the manual and control the ship that hasn't gone.
I'm going to lean towards control the ship out of, again, curiosity.
Yeah, I know. I damn it. It is okay. You know what? Control of the ship is going to attempt to create the aspect. It's going to try and create the aspect only the right DNA. It's going to attempt to create that aspect. Would anyone like to resist it?
Well, Captain
So-
Sterling has
so-
obviously flown a ship before.
There you go.
Am I allowed?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, however you think that you can fight back against this, and as long as it makes sense in the way that we're all making sense, yeah, it's good. If you want to, you can
So
absolutely come up with
What
something.
what do I see that leads me to understand what it's trying to do?
So after you give the motivational speech, you basically mill about like this, what appears to be like the most like pertinent and important seat in the
I'm
entire
smoking
place.
a cigarette. Yeah, I'm smoking a cigarette after the speech.
You're underwater. You're still underwater.
Yeah, but I'm inside
Okay.
my little capsule smoking a
Okay.
cigarette.
All right, there we go.
Cigar.
Yes.
Just fills up
Um,
with smoke.
Oh my goodness. Yes. You see that the control display seems to oh goodness. The way that the seat is arranged, it looks like this was not a custom made seat for this vessel, but instead like a they bought it at a I don't know, a dealership where it can fit like a bunch of different alien body forms. But right now the ship itself is kind of contorting into the shape that matches the snakes that you saw like entering the ship earlier, which have which differ from the snake bodies that you saw, because the one bodies that you saw had 2 arms and 2 legs. And the chair is going from this 2-arm, 2-leg snake thing into like a single bodied snake, which is the kind that have been coming in to try and attack you.
Mm.
So you see that it's trying to like modify itself to prevent anyone else from flying the ship.
I leap into the chair and I say the very first NASA program code that I was given to deactivate one of the capsules if something were going wrong, which is a long line of letters and numbers.
All right. Hey, sounds good.
Because
Sounds
back
like
in my day, that's how NASA handled it.
If,
sounds
if
pretty
Star-
flashy.
if Stargates run C#,
That sounds pretty flashy to me. So go ahead and roll your flashy, Captain Sterling. Let's see. The control of the ship is going to give itself a roll. I got a 3. You got a 2.
Well, like I said, back in my day, this is how NASA handled it. So I would like to I'd like to use that that aspect and a fate point.
Yep. Go ahead and spend the fate point. That brings you up to a 4. That is 1 point of stress for control of the ship, unless you want to add any more fate points on.
He
I'm
was
good.
defending.
Oh, you were defending that. Sorry. My brain. All right. So it does not create the aspect that it wanted to. That failed. Yay. So control of the ship is going to, let's see, who hasn't gone? Oh, of course, I'm going to pass it to Dr. Boone.
Yeah, so she runs up to the console and is desperately trying to find something to read that would give us an advantage in this situation.
Sure. So you
attacking the RTFM.
Yes. So you go up to one of the computer stations and you begin kind of like working with the computer system and reading it, trying to like get the instructions for everything. So that sounds like a pretty clever approach. Is that correct? That I understand that?
That'll work.
Okay, go ahead and make a roll for that. I'm going to give myself a roll. I got a -1 in Toto.
Right. This is a straight up attack on it as opposed to create advantage. So
Okay. So that is a
Nice.
4 stress hit.
nice.
I have 1 fate point left. I would take 4 stress for read the manual. Let's see. 4 stress. Actually, that is going to take out read the manual.
Yes.
So yes, so it is dead. Actually, can I change the color of it? Yes. It's a good dead color. Orange. All right. So so yes, you managed to go through the computer system, kind of reading things very quickly. You do a great job of it, and you figure out what you need to do. So now you've got a better understanding of what, like how to control the ship, how to do things with the ship. You no longer have an information barrier there when it comes to
I got
language.
it.
Great. The only one who hasn't gone yet is
RTFM.
good. Damn it. All right. Well, it is now back to the. I didn't even get to show you the awesome stuff that I was going to do. Don't ask me what it was. So Dr. Boone, you can now choose who goes first in the second round. You may choose yourself to go
I
again.
am definitely planning on choosing myself, because now that I am the master of the manual, I am going to be barking commands like, you get over there and push that orange button, and you over there that sitting in the seat, I need you to wiggle your butt cheek 2 inches to your right. That kind of stuff. And I think this falls under my stunt, right? I get a +2 on the cleverly created advantages related to Xeno history.
Yes, I think so. All right.
Dope.
All right. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 2.
At a 2. Okay.
Yep.
And I'm going to roll. But
Man.
I can read alienese at a toddler level.
All right. I'll mark off the free invoke on that. And I'm going to get rid of that aspect.
Okay.
right.
And I'm rolling.
And go ahead and give it a roll.
Wow. That's where it's failing. What was the difficulty there?
2.
I am a respected xenoarchaeologist. I kind of know what I'm doing. So
All right.
spend a fate point to bring that up to
right.
3.
All right. That is a success, and you are creating. Well, now you could either spend your fate point, or there was that great motivational speech.
Oh, right. Yeah, you know
So-
what? I'll take the motivational speech, and
Never
All right.
doubt the motivational speech.
All right.
and,
So
I'll
that.
put
Oh,
I'll put an aspect on the table of useful instructions or something to that effect.
useful instructions. Great. And it's going to have a free invoke on it. There we
Nice.
go. Good stuff. All right. So who goes after you, Dr. Boone?
So there's 3 of us and 3 things going on there. I kind of want to see the extent of those, me barking commands out. Let's get Professor Zachary Bird in control of some things.
All right. The bird
I'm
is the
still going
word.
after the EPS conduits, clearly.
All righty.
Um,
Sounds good. What are you doing now to take them on? You've successfully rerouted power, as their consequence says.
yeah, I'm going to cleverly be a very dangerous MacGyver and go in and start sort of rewiring, jury rigging these conduits, trying to make the power go exactly where I want it to go so that we can take control of the situation.
All right. Sounds good to me. Go ahead and roll your clever. It is going to resist, and it's going to resist with a total of 2.
And I'm gonna, what?
3. What did I roll? It's just blanks. So that's enough to take out the EPS conduits. Success. Congratulations.
Nice.
The EPS conduits you have successfully taken control of. So you feel the entirety of the spaceship begin to shake and quake. You can feel that like the power has kind of like gone onto the ship, and it's starting to like break free of the earth, and begin rising up into the air. Professor Bird, who's going to go next?
I think it's going to be Dirk Sterling.
Yeah, go Captain.
So what is this thing interfacing with me in any way?
Yes, as long as you're listening to the useful instructions.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. So yes, indeed.
So I will attempt to control the ship so that I can then use it as a defense platform against the incoming invasion.
Excellent.
And
good.
I think part of that's going to be I pull out an old Nintendo game from back when they were just like little tiny LCD screens.
The Game Boys.
Of the Space Invaders when it came out. And I put that down on this chair and I kind of rub it around hoping that it will somehow latch onto this thing and I can use an interface I actually understand.
That's amazing. Do you have the hope approach? No. That sounds great. I think that sounds pretty well. It is both clever and flashy, I think.
For me, it's probably more flashy than clever because I would never think of how to actually make it happen. I'm really just praying that it'll happen.
Okay. You think it would be really fun. All right. Yes. Go ahead and roll flashy. The ship is going to resist with a -1. Not all the bad rolls are mine. That is a 2 stress hit. You know what? Control of the ship will take 2 points of stress. And control of the ship is still on the board.
Useful instructions. Useful instructions.
Oh yeah. Let me tag useful instructions. If the interface actually worked.
Oh, all right. So yes, that one's taken care of too. All right.
Sounds so sad.
Okay.
Now here's the most important thing. Do I now know how to fire the big guns?
I think that with you do know how to fire the big guns, but part of the problem is that these fighting snakes are shooting lasers everywhere and creating problems. They're trying to get in. The suppressing fire is good, but like there's still a lot of the snakes are still a problem.
Fair.
All right, so Captain Sterling, the 2 remaining actors for this round are Cameron and the fighting snakes.
Well, of course, I'm going to let Cameron go first. Oh, no. Let me take that back. Let the snakes go first so that they can't double dip.
Damn it. All right. So the fighting snakes are once again going to try to get rid of suppressing fire. Let me think. You know what? They're actually going to do something else. I'm going to give them a difficulty of 2 to do this. None of you will have an opportunity to fight back against it because none of you are available to do that. And I rolled a 0. So Cameron, the fighting snakes have like kind of pulled back a little bit. And you begin to hear the sounds of drilling through one of the side walls, but they have not gotten through the walls yet. So they were trying to create another entrance and failed their create an advantage roll on that. So they pass it to you, Cameron. Your turn.
Oh, that sounds. Okay, so attacking them sounds like they've moved out of the area.
Yeah, you would actually have to go back like down the tunnel to get them. And at this point, suppressing fire is done because they did withdraw.
They did withdraw.
Yeah, specifically so that they could try and drill in another way.
They said I can hear where it is.
Like which section of wall generally. The walls are incredibly thick in this room. This is the armory as you understand it. So it is probably going to be like the most secure room in the place. So yeah.
All right, I'm gonna point out the wall that they're coming through to everyone else and try to swim over and take up a position. Obviously, this weapon isn't subject to overheating and probably isn't too terribly hard to aim. So instead of suppressing fire, I'm gonna create an advantage to ready and waiting.
Sounds good to me. Go ahead and make a careful roll, difficulty 1. Because it sounds like you're being careful, like being ready. It's not forceful. I can be talked into another approach.
I would think maybe clever. Like he's gonna stop firing for a moment, listen for where it is, and then immediately swivel around. So,
all right, I'm convinced.
All right.
Difficulty is 1.
I think I just rolled twice. Give me a second.
Yeah, that was 8
Well, that's a
DF.
fool.
Yeah, the pool feature does not seem very useful given this is supposed to be a Fate first interface, but
Oh,
Well,
right.
apparently a lot of people use Fari that aren't Fate. And so Renee is trying to make this friendlier for them as well.
Interesting.
Which is good. All right, so you do your 3 against a 1, does create the aspect ready and waiting. Sorry, excuse me. All right, that aspect is created.
And then I'm gonna nominate the snakes. They're in a pretty good position where whatever they do is probably gonna open them up for more stuff we can do.
Yeah. You know what? They are going to attempt to get through that wall again. So going to roll again. That was a 2 result against the difficulty of 2 that I had given them before. They successfully make another hole. And again, this one really can't be resisted. Aspect. Make another hole. Not the right hole. Don't quote me on that. All right.
Phrasing? Is that a thing?
Yes, it is. It's totally a thing. All right. So as the snakes like drill through this through the metal in the room, the kind of like the giant plating kind of falls down and the snakes start like shooting lasers. Some snakes also come through the other way as well, because they have more than you, so they're able to kind of start coming through. So that is what the snakes have done with their turn. I'm absolutely not giving it to Cameron. I'm going to give it to let's see, I will give it to Captain Sterling.
Is my control of the ship over the rest of the ship as well as the weapon systems? Like, do I have control over life support and stuff like that?
I'm going to say that you don't. You could try to create an advantage to get that, but you do have control of the ship as it's flying through the air. So like you could potentially do a barrel roll if you wanted to, but that's the extent of your control right now without creating an aspect.
Fair. The snakes seem to be comfortable in the liquid that they're in. Does that seem to be their native?
Yes, this seems to be
Okay.
their native.
So I'm going to use my control of the ship to take it to the vertical so as to drain everything I can away from us, including the snakes,
I
to the
love it.
extent that I can.
I love it. Make a flashy roll. I'm going to set the difficulty for this at a 1.
Wow.
All right. All right. The aspect vertical ascent. Unless there's something else you'd rather it be called.
I would like to call it, please, flush the alien toilet.
Flush the much better than mine. Much better than mine. It has a free invoke on it. As you kind of like go vertically like this into the air, like, you know, gravity and the force of the vessel like has its day or has its way with everything. And everything gets kind of like sucked to the bottom, including not you, because you're comfortably seated.
I know this is unfortunate.
Yeah, but it's also going to include Boone and Cameron and Bird. So the three of you, I'd like to see you. Oh goodness. I'd like to see you roll a quickly. And I'm going to have the
Oh wow.
confetti? Yeah, that's what the thumbs up does. Throws confetti, and then thumbs down throws red confetti like blood. So let's see. I'm going to have everybody roll quick against a difficulty of 4. You will take stress in the difference because of like pulling down rapidly. So let me know when you've rolled and what your result is.
Well, mine's a 1.
All right. Professor Bird, you're going to take 3 points of stress.
Yeah, I don't have 3 points of stress.
Yes, you should.
No,
because I
3
already
is
took
still
1.
open.
You got conditions to take.
Yeah, you've got
Okay,
conditions to
but-
take, but you also
Oh,
have the
okay.
number 3 box that you can mark.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's not consecutive. I always forget.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can go ahead and mark that 3 box.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Who else has rolled their quick and what result did they get?
Boone has, she got it too, so she'll take the 2 stress.
All right. And how about Cameron? You rolled a
Actually
4?
made a 4 on my worst approach. So I'm assuming that being ready and waiting means he was like on one knee with the weapon at the ready.
That's why the confetti went off, because you got 4 pluses.
Yep.
We have seen 4 minuses and 4 pluses tonight.
And I
That's
got
pretty
both.
great.
Crazy.
I got both of them. That was
Yes.
Cameron that rolled the straight 4.
The snakes are going to make a roll. Let's see. They get that a -1.
Oh, Lordy.
So yes, the snakes, -1 against 4 is 5 stress, which is more than enough to take out the snakes. So you've defeated my trap. All right. Yes. So you now have control of this alien spaceship. All of the snakes have been defeated. You've read the manual. You've got control of the power and control of the ship and the weapon systems, and you are now ready to defend Earth.
Are we
What a
back to an
ragtag
air?
crew.
Are we back to an air environment, or is it still water fill, or is it still liquid?
I
filled?
think it's going to be. I think it's going to be an air environment, and I'm going to Professor Zachary Bird, since you are a water breather, I'm going to offer you a compel that you can't be in this room because of the water. Let me give you a fate point there.
The air.
Because of the air, yes. So you've got to be in with the water. So now at this point, the question is, you've defeated like the big combat. The question is, are you going to use this vessel to go and fight off the aliens against Earth?
Clearly.
Well, the one thing I will say is everyone will notice that my my head thing is now full of smoke, so I really can't see anything.
And you
Well, you can
crash
take it
into a
off
mountain,
now.
and you crash into a mountain, and everything turns white again. Oh, great. Just what I thought. Nothing happened.
I
And that's
guess
where
we're
we
going to be
end.
here till midnight then.
I am gonna punch that general so hard with my claw.
And that is where we're going to end. All right. So we went a little bit over time. My apologies. I was having a good time. I didn't watch the clock.
No, it's
I
fine.
hope that it's
No,
not a
it's been
problem for anyone.
It's
Fantastic.
been great.
No.
I'd like to end this the way that I usually end my sessions, which is with an exercise called Wishes and Stars. Basically, what I'd like is everyone to say that something that they either wish would have happened or wished could have been better, or something that was a star, a highlight of the night, something that you liked. This helps me improve. It helps us other players improve, and also talk about, the session that we just had.
Well, I would like to say that my wish was that I understood the game better to begin with. I had read the rules, both Fate and Fate Accelerated and Fate Core previously, but hadn't had a lot of opportunity to play. And so in creating a character and everything else, I was proceeding without the benefit experience, which is how you have to start. And I'd like to have had it. However, the flip side of that being, this was a fantastic way to learn and to gain experience with the game. And I had such a great time. I couldn't have asked for anything better.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. You did well. I had no idea that you had no experience or little experience with Fate.
Well, thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to say that not so much a wish as it was like I had a hard time discerning if at the top we talked about running accelerated just so I get more experience. I've played it before. The more I play it, the more I get the sense that it's really all not that different. The issue I have is still tend to spam certain approaches. And so maybe if there's a wish involved there, wish to better understand how to avoid spamming such things.
I don't think well, first of all, I don't, I tell you what, let's go through everybody else's wishes and stars, and we'll talk a little bit about accelerated, because I don't I'm happy to talk about that, but I don't want to, I'd like to finish wrapping up before we go into a longer conversation
Right.
about that.
But as a star goes, yeah, this was a fun group. I love the fact that everybody got into their characters. Absolutely. So much appreciated there.
So I will say my wish is that I played more often so that I could have gotten into character quicker and more smoothly, because it did take me a little bit of time to begin getting comfortable with how to make things happen. The star would be, I really enjoyed watching you run Fate because, like I said, I almost am always the one running it. And so watching somebody else who knows what they're doing, I learned some things about GMing Fate, which is very useful to me.
Mhm.
I thought the game was fun. I thought you did a great job with basically making something up that we all contributed to and making it fun and interesting. So I had a great time.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
For what it's worth, quick, didn't notice that you weren't in character from the get-go.
Man, I was
Me
really
either.
struggling. I was struggling with how to be effective in any way other than just silly. I mean, and so that's all it was. I was trying, with all the science going on, I'm like, I am not a science guy. That's why I did the motivational speech, because I was like, I can't help these people.
It was brilliant across the board.
Yeah,
Well, thank you.
agreed.
Well done.
I think I was next.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only wish I can really think of is we had either not had as many nameless NPCs that we couldn't really do much with, or we had let the dice decide that one moment where we tried to save them and no, everyone dies. But then the star is we did let the dice decide when it came to just trying to shoot the snakes with regular weapons, and true to most sci-fi, human weapons are just, no, that's not going to solve the problem here.
Below scale.
Excellent.
Scale, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
below
maybe
scale.
maybe the wish should be that between those two events, they should have been consistent. Like maybe both of them should have just been, no, that doesn't happen because plot.
Yeah, there's always some with one shots. There's always some bad decisions that happen, because you have very limited time, and at least this is speaking from my experience, trying to craft a story and a narrative on the fly with absolutely no prep.
Oh, yeah.
And so
Yeah.
like there's certain directions that I want to try and push things because it makes it easier for me to like lean into an idea that I have. I don't like railroading, but occasionally I do have to say like and give you a little kick.
I think,
Right.
yeah,
So,
I
like,
think
and I don't.
sorry, I was
Go
gonna say, I think using the compel system to just say this doesn't fit the nature of this kind of story, or this just needs to happen this way. I think that was just the perfect way to handle it.
Yeah, and I don't. I'm not taking. I don't take anything personally. It's a learning experience, and honestly, with the more one shots that I do, with a lot of people that I don't know, those are the two kickers together, where like there's going to be some kind of misstep at some point. And so like that's why I talk about safety tools. That's why I talk about like, hey, if something's going wrong, speak up, we'll fix it immediately, and then keep going in a different direction. Because I want to make sure that the game is fun and no one feels cheated. So yeah.
And honestly, anytime that you've got heavy GM improvisation, almost entirely improvisation,
Mhm.
you can never armchair quarterback that satisfactorily. You'll
No.
always go back and think, oh, I could have done this differently. Could have done this better.
Absolutely. Maybe it says something about my GMing style, but that's definitely, I run most of my sessions with no prep. So I don't think that being a one shot is necessarily the reason why it becomes more difficult, but
Well, I think there's something to be said for, I understand completely what you're saying. Pardon me, goodness, cracker went down wrong.
Use your gills.
Yeah,
It's that air.
I'm gonna use my
The
mad
air's
science
killing
to
him.
fix it. I used to run a lot of one shots. There was a role playing game called Bureau 13 in the 90s, which I still love. Rest in peace, Rich Tucholka. However, I used to get some friends together and we just run weird tongue-in-cheek supernatural adventures. And it was easier because I knew them and I knew what they would go for and I knew what they would enjoy. But even then, it was kind of a high wire act. So going into this session, understanding that we would have a whole bunch of people who'd never met, doing that same high wire act, different levels of experience with the game. I think a modicum of tolerance for the experience we had, from my perspective, that's how I went into it. And it went far beyond my expectations. I had a wonderful time and I learned a lot.
Yeah, I personally challenged myself with tonight's one shot with the splintered dimensions, and like every time you die, it splits off to another dimension. Because I'm like, I have no idea how to handle this. So the 10-minute break that we had, I sketched out that little room and I'm like, all right, I've got a bunch of junk in here. Like, let's figure out what to do with it as like I kill them a bunch of times. And then as we got further along, it started to get more interesting with the rooms that we were building and the narrative that we had. So like the aliens were taking you back into like a vivid memory of yours and talking with you in your memory and, basically saying like, you're not supposed to be here. Like, you're not part of like security. And like, that was
Right.
how your brain was interpreting what they were doing. So yeah.
yeah, I think I
had a lot of
figured
fun.
that out. I think I figured that out after the third trip.
Well, that's the joy of it. That's
Yeah.
the joy of it, is figuring things out. In the very beginning, I thought we were dying over and over again, but in no way did I think that it was because the game was being run poorly. I remembered the fact that Fate is very reliant on the fact that you have proactive characters, and if we're not being proactive, we're going to continually die. So we had to do something, and eventually we find the right thing.
Yeah.
I think the best part of it was scene skipping to where we had just died.
Agreed.
So
Yeah.
like fiction, it was just a flash of white, and then we know everything that happens up until now, so we can immediately make that alternate decision.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
thought your
And-
handling of recursive time looping in a one shot was really well done. I mean, that's a pretty big ask in a one shot.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was one of those things that like, okay, so we go through step by step very frequently at the beginning, and then the further out we get, we do it less frequently. Like the
Right.
touchstone was literally like white light, and oh God, I can't believe that this didn't work. And it's like, and then we go right back to where we were, you know.
And then the
so, yeah.
finale we did all in one pass.
Yes.
Because we're awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So if everybody is done, is everyone got their wishes and stars out? All right, great. I want to talk about accelerated a little bit. If you want to stay for that, great. I'm going to go ahead and just stop the recording now.